Swan.
Swan, yeah. So, you know they've got it wrong when you...
Yeah.
So I'm 9 wicket, and whoever came in after me was out, so we walked out in the field, and as I'm walking out in the field, I said, all I had was Stuart. I looked up and he said, sorry, mate.
All right.
And I said, don't worry about it. It is what it is.
4 for 181 is what it is here, and the new ball is being held aloft by Paul Rifle as Claire Polisak has come out to deliver it to him. So Australia...
No warm-up balls for Mitch. You remember the old days? You'd warm up one with the old ball, and
now it's invariably instant, isn't it?
I like the old, and then you threw it off to get this rubbish out of here. Get me a new one. I want to bowl with a new hard one. Interesting phase of the game for Australia with the new ball. So the new ball, big chance to take a wicket. It's going to be a little bit harder, more pronounced seam. Do a little bit more off a fairly dead track, but it also gives the batter an opportunity to score more freely, especially Punt, who likes to feel bat on ball and, won't have to hit it as hard. The ball will fly a lot quicker into gaps and things like that for the initial 10 overs. It's a real, if you get it right, it'll be really, really useful. If Australia get it wrong here and bowl too full or too short, Punt's the sort of guy that will jump all over it and score very quickly.
Again, Paul Rifle's looking for the miscreant near the sight screen below us, because there's some movement around the edge of it. And now Mitchell Stark's getting into the act of playing policeman too. As
someone's moving up just above the...
staring in this direction. It's not us. No, it's definitely not us. Someone down below.
No, it's on that middle level where that door opens and closes. The glass doors open and close.
So Stark with a new ball. Here he comes. He bowls to Pujara. Pujara digs it out and plays it away behind square towards the boundary. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. It's the risk-reward for Stark, as you suggest. If he gets it a bit full or a bit short, runs could fly anywhere.
Certainly nice shape.
Yeah, it was, but it was nicely played too for a couple of runs.
Very well played. Got the seam in a very nice positions there, Mitchell Starks, shaped back into the right-hander. What do you think of Mitchell Starks? He's bowling with a Roger Federer headband, isn't he?
Oh.
I'd noticed that till...
Right.
I can't really tell from where we are, perched way above the...
Is that a Jane McGrath item?
No.
No. Here comes Stark, wide of the off stump that's allowed to go through. Is it pink? Or
No, it's black.
Black.
That's why we can't tell, because it's the colour of his hair.
Yes.
But certainly...
He should be wearing a pink one, though, shouldn't he?
Might be allowed because of the ball.
Oh, right, the Kirtley Ambrose wristband stuff.
Yeah. But the umpires have got pink around their hats, I suppose.
Yes. But they're not as in the eye line, I suppose, as a bowler might be.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I might ask him after the match if I see him. Why don't you get a pink one? Might say I'm not allowed or I don't want to.
Well, he's bowling with 2 slips a gully, a short leg and a leg gully. Pujara's moved along to 45. Stark runs in towards him and he lets it go down the leg side, just slightly offline. And Stark does a little stretch in his follow through just to get a bit of stiffness out of his back. 4 for 183. It's taken India a while to get here. We're in the 81st over, but they're hanging in, and Pujara's the anchor man in this innings.
Certainly is. He's been the anchor man for a lot of years now for India, and he's done a really good job at it. Gets in there, and to get him out, he doesn't throw his wicket away. He's concentration. You have to earn the right to get Pujara out.
Stark down here at the Noble stand end, the northern end, runs in. Pujara forward defending, and was right in on his pads at the line of the stumps. And he was classically short back, lifting, pushing and keeping the ball out. Pants the danger man, though, if he gets a look in here. And he's been bumped a few times on his way to 29. He's been hit on the body and the glove on one occasion. And they fancy, I think, that they can get him out by doing that, either with the short ball or unnerving him to play a loose shot.
I think they you're right, unnerving him one bit and also caught out in the deep, because I think they want to. He really wants to take it on.
Stark coming up to Pujara, lets it go, bouncing through outside the line of that off stump. So Australia made 338 wherever you're listening around the country, particularly those through Test Match Special in Britain. I hope things are looking up, if that's possibly the case, with all the unfortunate circumstances of the pandemic that set in over there. So very unpleasant. Much quieter here in Australia. We only got it fenced in, apart from a few clusters here and there that are throwing out bio bubbles and quarantines for a variety of people. Stark comes up and bowls it wide, much wider outside the off stump, and it passes through to Tim Paine, and that ends the over. So first over with the second new ball didn't come to much, just 2 runs, 4 for 183.
It's Mitchell Stark just sort of not overly happy with that first over. Just body language didn't look as though he was all that impressed with the way it came out of his hand, and doesn't quite have his rhythm yet. And he's just wandering slowly down to deep, fine leg to his position down there. But yeah, it didn't quite come out. Hazelwood will take the new ball from the southern end, or the Brewong or the Churchill stand end of the ground. That'll be, I thought he bowled well yesterday. He certainly banged away on a length. He bowled well this morning as well, I thought, Josh Hazelwood. Pat Cummins picked up he's picked up a couple of wickets, but certainly Josh Hazelwood has been very, very good, very, very economical and very patient. 1 for 29 off his 16 overs, 9 maidens, so shows that he's doing what he does best, Josh Hazelwood.
Yes, if you combine Hazelwood and Cummins, they bowled 33 overs, 17 maidens, taken 3 for 53.
They just give you nothing, don't they? Give you nothing. I've had numerous times downstairs. I've been doing some stuff for the SCG Trust at lunchtime. And how do you compare this bowling attack to the McGrath, Lee, Gillespie type era? And the answer is these are guys, they played for a little bit longer.
Now, Hazelwood's bowling and Pant's playing away on the onside. But I think this trio's played more tests together than the 3 you mentioned. Yeah,
I think, these together they would have. Individually, you look at their stats individually, those guys played 270 and 560 and 300 and things like that. But I think these guys will be, in 3 to 4 years' time, subject to them continuing to play and sort of going through their careers together. And Hazelwood and Stark are virtually the same age. Cummins is a little bit younger. And obviously Nathan Lyon at the other end will be right up there with some of the great fast bowling trios, plus Lyon, or the great bowling quartets of the modern era, I would have thought. Jim, I don't know what you think. You've seen a lot of cricket over the years.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. You just look at the numbers for a start. Their strike rates are so impressive. Hazelwood's bowling, and he's driven away to the offside. I mean, it's up there with Marshall and Dale Steyn, the strike rate. Ryan Harris had a good strike rate too, but didn't play a lot of test cricket, I suppose. But when you look at the totality of it, and the fact that it's probably going to go on for a few more years, what will be interesting coming out of this test, if I'm wanting to speculate, is whether, given it's more than likely Australia will be bowling in the last session on the last day, what little niggles there might be as Hazelwood's in and Pant is forward and plays it down to mid-on. I just throw that in there because Pattinson's been injured. Who's next on the list? Is it Nisa automatically? So they jump to a Jai Richardson? Where would you go if someone had a niggle for the next test?
It'd depend how bad it was. That'd be my first question. If you're saying it's going to rule him out of...
Well, I'm just speculating.
Yeah.
This seems to be the way. Back-to-back tests, there's always a risk.
So you had to pick someone. Look...
Nisa's in the bubble.
If James Pattinson's fit, and if he's well, I pick him next. I know he's hurt himself at home or something, didn't he?
With a lawnmower. Yeah. Something happened there. Here's Hazelwood. Pant swats and gets 4. It's gone over the slips, down towards the boundary. He got a nice chunk of that and waved it away, but a bit airy-fairy wide of a second slip. But the intent was there. He threw his bat at it and he got enough on it to guide it away to third man for 4. And he moves to 33, and it's 4 for 187.
Yeah, hard to keep him down, Pant. It was an odd-looking shot, but he got it in the gap, and away it goes. Yeah, so Pattinson's hurt himself. He's out. I'm going... I'm going to go with Michael Nisa. I'm going to get the ball to swing. I think they like Jai Richardson from what I hear, but, he hasn't played... He's playing a lot of short version cricket.
Hazelwood goes in, and it's wide, and it's allowed to pass by Pant outside the off stump. Yes, you'd think it'd be Nisa, who's been on the fringe like Andy Bickle was for years. And if the game goes ahead at the Gabba...
I think the Gabba will be, even if it's in Sydney, it may be a different answer. I don't think they'd pick Jai Richardson in Sydney because it doesn't really swing about. Jai Richardson in Brisbane becomes a handful because of the movement that he gets, because he's got a really good wrist position and can get the ball to swing. In Sydney, that's not going to be... You need someone who's going to run in and hit the wicket. Maybe Nisa's that sort of guy. Maybe Sean Abbott's that guy in Sydney. He's with the team as well.
Trent Copeland might be the guy.
He's commentating. Can't get there.
Too busy. Here comes Hazelwood again wide outside the off stump, and Pant lets it go. So that's the end of the over. It's 4 for 187.
Do we know how James Pattinson hurt himself with the lawnmower? Did he run over his foot, or what did he do? It's not an issue that Andrew Moore would ever have in his life.
Have you ever run over your foot?
He doesn't have a lawnmower.
Oh, he doesn't use a lawnmower. I use trimmers, do you?
No, he uses other people.
Oh, I know what he's going to say. He hasn't got any grass in his place. He's only got a pool.
I've been waiting for a long time to talk about this, and he just won't engage with me. He will not engage. I've tried and he won't engage. So let's just talk about him because he's sitting behind us.
He's more likely to have a haircut than haircut his lawn. There's something with the lawnmower. What occurred there? I did see a description of what he did. He ran over something that then I can't remember.
Fired up into his leg or something. It's dangerous, that lawnmower. I always tell my wife that it's a dangerous. Shouldn't be doing it. That's what the kids are there for. Let them do it.
You hit a stone or something and it flies out and could knock your kneecap off. Very dangerous. Although, they've been telling us for years to get a Victor. Away goes Stark wide of the off stump, very wide, taken low down in the end by Paine without any offer from Pujara. But it seems as though he's inconvenienced for a while, and the trouble is with all these bubble guys, they haven't played any cricket. They're not playing big bash, they're not playing grade cricket, and they're not playing any cricket. It's all very well to be in the nets, but as we're seeing with Warner coming back, you need a bit more than that, don't you, to be match fit? You need to be playing.
Yeah, they're all locked in bowls. So if you go, they're always bowling at the back. They've got to bowl a certain amount of overs and balls, but it's not like playing in a game. It's slightly different. It's the intensity just cannot be there.
Stark with this new ball. He's bowling and Pujara's leaving. He's not making him play enough. Come on, you got to make him play. It is a fine leg, a leg gully, a man at square leg, no short leg, a mid-wicket, 2 slips and a gully. But he's bowling wides at the moment.
Well,
trying to make it swing.
Well, he's been trying to... if you recall the first over he bowled, the first 3 or 4 balls swung back nicely. And this is Mitchell Stark. And when he gets his wrist position right, the ball does swing back nicely, back into the stumps. And it's very, very dangerous. But when he doesn't quite get it right, or he's a bit low in his action, the ball tends to skew across the right-hander.
We'll come to Pattinson's injury in a moment after Stark delivers this ball. Here he comes, and Pujara is playing down and away towards line at point. Now, Pattinson tripped on a stormwater drain cover while mowing the lawn and injured his rib. Right. So that's reason enough for any fast bowler, anyone out there, to not mow the lawn, okay?
There's if you're playing in just first grade or second grade and you don't want to mow the lawn because you want to play on the weekend, don't do it because it's dangerous.
Get your wife to do it. Or one of the kids. Pay them $5. You pay your kids $5 to do that, wouldn't you?
Just won't get involved.
Stark charges in and bowls a bouncer. And Pujara won't have anything to do with that either. So it's a bit of a non-event at the moment because Stark's not bowling enough deliveries for Pujara to show any interest in play.
He doesn't look quite right, Mitchell Stark. He looks like he's
take that band off, that headband.
His body language is it's a bit. Well, he's trying to create an image. Dennis Lilly used to bowl in a headband.
A much more colourful one than that too. And Dennis also flung an aluminium bat around. That was most amusing.
Manoj Prabhakar bowled in one.
Yes. Yep. Oh, Warney, of course.
Did he bowl in a headband?
Yes, he used to bowl sometimes in a headband. Here comes Stark, and that's on the stumps and makes Pujara play away on the onside. Greg Matthews bowled with his cap on all the time, didn't he? 4 for 187. The scoreboard's not moving.
Yeah, and this is what happened this morning as well. Pujara really got in, just doggedly just got in behind him and just blunted out the attack. Just bang, back down the wicket, tried to wear the Australians down. And he picked up his scoring rate a little in the last hour of play with a few more expansive shots off Nathan Lyon, but he just gets in and wears you down.
Stark. He's on the verge of a maiden over, but he wants to get the wicket here, can he? He goes in. Pujara's beaten by a good one. He had to play at that. It just went across his bows and missed the outside edge. So a maiden over. The score hasn't moved. 4 for 187. The lawnmower man, Andrew Moore, is coming in to join Stuart Clark.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Just let it rain on me like, oh, baby gon' ride it like, cross, see it shine bright, no, just, you got it, just.
I promise you, sorry Jimmy, I promise you that my wife, if she was listening, and that chance is remote, she will be chuckling that I've ever been referred to as the lawnmower man.
You just won't engage with me, will you?
India 4 for 187.
There you go. You will not engage, will you?
Australia all out 338, a lead of 151. Hazelwood bowls to punt and he drives. Can he beat cover? Yes. Didn't time it all that well. Will only get a run as mid-off Cummins slides to his right to field. And punt moves to 34, 4 for 188.
Your commentary around lawnmowers is like Pujara's batting. You are just going to stonewall it, get in behind it, play a very dead straight bat and refuse to do anything else.
James Pattinson has proven the perils of lawnmowing, especially near a storm or to drain cover.
If my wife's listening, she'll be, listen, you're no expert at it either. Just stop talking about it.
That's a really good suggestion from your wife, even though it's one you've made up. 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, wide mid-on, square leg, and a leg gully or leg slip, and a fine leg as Hazelwood bowls to Pujara, who, did he just play inside the line at the last moment there? It was a great line by Hazelwood, drawing Pujara's bat initially. Through it goes to Tim Paine.
Yeah, just a good line, good length, good seam position. The old wobble seam there. Oh, no, he played. He fended at it. Last 2 balls in a row he's missed. He's played down the line. What he does do is he plays down the line and he doesn't really go at it hard. It's Pujara's go. That's his game. Makes you bowl to him and get him out. And Mitchell Stark, that last ball, started to swing in and then decked away off the seam. That one there, again, just decked away slightly off the seam to the right-hander.
And he comes again. Hazelwood and Pujara gets bat on ball this time, although not terribly convincingly. Just pushes it down towards mid-on. And there's no run. Rick Finlay, who's with us there in Hobart. Rick, you've got some news about Stewie's comparison between fast bowlers of a slightly earlier era and this lot.
Yes, Brett Lee, McGrath and Gillespie played 22 tests together, all 3 playing together. 243 wickets at 11.05 wickets per match. Cummins, Stark and Hazelwood before this match. 17 matches together, 210 wickets at 12.35 wickets per match.
Hazelwood bowls to Pujara, can't get a run as he turns towards square leg, and the score remains 4 for 188. So this triumvirate of fast bowlers a slightly better record in terms of tests per match.
Yeah, slightly better. You got to remember they also had at different stages there. It wasn't Lee, Gillespie, McGrath. It was Gillespie, McGrath, Kasperwitz, Gillespie, McGrath, Bickle. Those sort of guys, Gillespie, McGrath, Damien Fleming. There was numerous guys that was always the third. So it wasn't just Brett Lee and those guys.
Hazelwood to Pujara, and he pushes this back down the pitch, and Hazelwood picks up and he's follow through. I'm also deep in thought about other pace bowlers who have worn a headband. Manoj Prabhakar was a great call by you.
Yep.
He opened the batting occasionally. I think he batted 3 in a Boxing Day test or a Melbourne test against.
I don't remember that. But
I don't think he did very well.
Right. You got any others?
Normally 7 or 8. No.
Dale Steyn, I think they did it a couple of times.
But he's not renowned for it.
No, it's not his go-to.
Here comes Hazelwood. No thought of a headband. Bowls to Pujara, bouncer, and he just sways out of the way at the last moment. And through it goes to Tim Paine to end the over. Hazelwood 1 for 34 off 18. India 4 for 188. Pujara 45 and punt on 34. If you've got Any other memories of fast bowlers, particularly in headgear, in a headband? 0467 920 222. So
Nathan Lyon just went off the field. I don't know where he might have gone for a bathroom break, but spent a couple of minutes or a couple of overs off the field. I don't know what that was about, but he's back now. He's waving to Paul Wilson. I'm back. And he's waving, should I be in or out? They're dropping the third man back. And Cummins, Stark, just didn't quite get that right, and we've gone straight to Big Paddy Cummins. Trying to get him into the tax nice and early with the new pill.
Well, Mitchell Stark, like at the start of the innings, did not bowl well with a new ball.
Just didn't look right, did it?
No, you're right. And Pat Cummins, who's just been superb again, 17 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 24. Jimmy mentioned he and Hazelwood combined. But Cummins in that first session only bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5.
Yeah, he was lightly used. They used him a lot yesterday, so I think they were definitely going to give him a burst and then save him up for the second new ball. Still bowled 17 overs in the innings, so he's had a fair workload thus far. 2 for 24, as you said.
And he's bowling around the wicket to punt with 2 slips and a gully in place. 3 on the boundary. Cummins bowls and punt is forward, defending respectfully back to the bowler who picks up and his follow through. So 2 slips, a gully, a deep point in line, who's again waving his arms around to get the opinion of Tim Paine as to whether he should move in or out, left or right. We have a cover in Labuschagne, mid-off in Wade, mid-on is Stark in the teapot stance at the moment, a deep backward square in Pekovsky, and a fine leg as well in Hazelwood. Cummins to punt. 4 for 188, and punt gets a ball, nearly a Yorker, but he clamps down on it and pushes it down to Stark at mid-on. No run.
Yeah, digs it out. Paddy Cummins just sort of working into his new spell. Always looks a little bit ginger, Paddy, when he comes on. Just sort of doesn't quite have the flow, but works into it nicely. But he always looks like he's running on eggshells sometimes, Paddy. I think it's just his technique or his style and doing what he does. But just work into it here. He'll target round about off stump, and once he feels a bit more comfortable, just drop his length back a bit and try and be hitting the top of off stump to make a punt, try and run the ball down to third man or something and get a nick.
Runs away from us again into punt, who plays and misses outside the off stump. Beautiful delivery by Cummins at 140k an hour, but punt misses. And in the 5th over with a second new ball, India remains at 4 for 188. On the SMS, Aaron says, loving the commentary, especially about the lawn mowing, as I am a lawn mowing contractor in Perth. Good on you, Aaron.
I was going to say, if you're around Sydney, I could have got you some... I know someone that uses one, he can get you some work.
The Thomas family is loving ABC's coverage as we travel from Toolamba near Shepparton to Melbourne to visit the zoo. We love the cricket on ABC. Best way to listen to a test match. Go Australia. Well done, the Thomases. Thanks for listening. Cummins to punt again, and this time it's angled on leg stump. Strikes punt on the body. Stifled appeal from behind the wicket. And no run as Cummins picks up. Roscoe and Gibbo hard at it at Port Kembla Steelworks. Hope we get the new ball fuzzing. And Jack, well done, Jack. Nathan Bracken.
There's another one.
Wore a headband. He did. For sure, the left arm.
What about Roscoe and Gibbo? I'm not sure I've got working in the Steelworks at Port Kembla and me. Can you imagine that? Poor blokes.
It's not going to happen.
Hope they're working hard.
Not going to happen.
Hope they're getting paid well.
Well, they're definitely working hard. Why do you hope they're working really hard? I hope they're having an enjoyable day. Listening to the cricket.
It's hard work. You know what I mean.
It is hard work, yeah.
It's hard work. They earn their right for a beer after the game.
Cummins to punt, and he goes on a pull shot here and plays it on his body, or it deflects off his body down to second slip, and he's hurt.
It's him on the back arm, I think, or the back hand or something like that. And
he's dropped the bat. He's in the crouch, and the trainer's racing out there now.
He's struggling here.
Oh, he is. He's bent over.
Big Richard.
As Jim just said, he's punting heavily.
It's hit him in that forearm, I think, underneath.
Well, I admire him. David Burneski hasn't touched anything yet, but the trainer's about to. And on the pull attempt by punt, it got him just above the elbow or on the elbow, and maybe just above it. It wasn't overly short.
Late. Too quick by Cummins there. Got it to rise a little bit off a length. Just too quick for punt, who was looking to try and pull the ball away in front of square. And nasty on the back elbow, on the backhand elbow. He's in a little bit of pain there, the big guy, as he just wanders away.
He's been looking good too, hasn't he? 34 of 57, and this partnership has so far realised 46 runs. So very important for India that somehow this isn't too serious. Last time I saw an Indian get hit on the forearm, although this was higher, was Mohammed Shami in Adelaide, and he's now back home.
I hope not. He looks like he's in a lot of discomfort. Here, this punt. He went down pretty quickly. It wasn't a delayed reaction. It was very, oh no, and then, went straight down. So he looks like he's not okay. He's having a sip of water. Pujara just given him Pujara gave him water. I don't know how that happened, but...
Here you go, champion.
Yeah.
You'll feel better after this.
Yeah, have one of these.
But there was a point there where the trainer touched something on his arm or elbow, and Punt just put up the other hand as if to say, don't touch there. Yeah. And now he's pouring water over his head.
What do you think the umpires? How long till the umpires go, come on, mate, let's get on with it?
Well, Paul Wilson and Paul Rifle are pretty laconic anyway, so they'll give them a bit of time. And now Paul Rifle's just wandering over with the gait of a cowboy and goes over to Paul Wilson and is probably saying to him, what do you reckon, how long do we give him?
Yeah. Is it hurting? What are you saying? Is it sore?
Yeah, did you hear the whack?
Yeah. Come on, mate.
Remember the day when I clocked such and such on the elbow?
Blocker bowl quite far. Blocker was probably a little bit quicker than Pistol back in the day, and he blocker bowl from wide on the crease. It always felt like it was coming into your body.
He's a very good bowler.
His bowl, remember his back foot was always, his toe was on the ground, but his heel was in the air, so it wasn't a no ball. It was always very, very close.
He had a great record for South Australia and
New South Wales boy, Newcastle boy.
Yeah.
Played for Manly for a little while.
Don't mention Manly when Jim's around because they're playing his East Dolphins today.
Oh, right. He's been watching. I've been watching.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Punter's still getting treatment out there. He's standing, and
everyone's just sort of. See, in the old days, it'd be, look, come on, mate, let's just get on with it.
He's trying to flex.
Hurry up.
Umpires Wilson and Rifle still just standing there looking on from a respectful distance. The slips are deciding to have a lie or a kneel down.
Where's the magic spray?
I don't know. I miss the magic spray.
We know
it could just be sprayed over him, and he might have got his half century by now already.
Where's the magic spray when you need it?
He's getting taped up now, so it's just below the elbow on his left arm, and there's a bit of a...
Why do you get the feeling this is not going to work?
There's a bit of swelling in that elbow region. Now Rifle and Wilson get closer.
If he can't hold the bat, there's no point in him continuing on.
Because his face at the moment is not grimacing overly.
It is when you've just put a big piece of black bandage around it that's as tight as all buggery.
And now Rishabh just directing the physio just to go a little bit higher and actually put it over the bit that's hurting.
Yeah, but he can't be able to bend his elbow. I'm no physio, I suppose.
Where's Pat Farhat?
Where is Pat? Pat would be out there. Then he'd be having a running race off the field.
Yeah. Well, he was the Indian physio for several years.
That can't be comfortable.
Well, now, when I said he wasn't grimacing, he just grimaced.
It can't possibly be comfortable.
Come on, Rishabh. Dig deep. 4 for 188, India out today. Ajinkya Rahane bowled by Cummins for 22. He chopped on, and it was almost, to use a footy term, against the run of play because Rahane had just hit line for 6. And the next ball he faced, he chopped on, trying a late cut too close to his body. He went for 22.
I think he's going to retire here.
It was 3 for 117, and then Bahari was run out spectacularly by Josh Hazlewood for 4, and it was 4 for 142. Punt goes to the H2O again. Maybe he's had a painkiller. He's on 34, Pujara 45. The lead for Australia currently 150, still in the first innings.
I'm saying he's going off here.
I'm starting to think you might be right. And Paul Rifle now just saying, come on, let's go. Let's do it. And he's going to defy Stuart Clark's expectation and show enormous ticker and bat on. So now we know where you would have been at, struck on the elbow. Would you have almost run off the ground or would you have stuck around?
Facing Pat Cummins with the new ball?
Yeah.
Next! As he let it go, I would have been walking off. It was great. All these blokes, all these tough guy batsmen that sit there and go, it doesn't hurt when it hits you. What a load of rubbish. It hurts. You got Copes on next. Ask him when the ball hits you. Does it hurt?
He's got a good story. Excellent. Yeah. We're due for one.
Yeah.
Just kidding, Stewie. They did spray him with something apparently before taping up. So I don't know whether it was magical or not, the spray, but it was used.
Can I make one? If it isn't right and he's going to face up now, don't just go and get out.
What's Cummins do, though? Is he going short?
I'd be going straight at him again.
Oh, I love that fast bowler speak.
Yeah,
he's taking guard again. I like that.
If I was Cameron Green, I'd be standing there saying, it's going to hit. It's going to hurt more when it hits you next time. That's exactly what I'd be saying.
Well, Rishabh Pant never sledges anybody.
He's got plenty to say.
Let's see. There's one ball to come in the over.
What do you want me to do? Lob it up there as a half volley, singing for 4.
And it's Cummins bowling to a bandaged up punt, and it's a bouncer, and he's on the hook punt. The ball along the ground towards fine leg. Diving effort in the outfield by Pekovsky. Punt gets a run. He played that really well, although he's still shaking that left arm around. And he'll keep the strike. He's 35. India 4 for 189. Not sure how much he thought that through, going through for the run.
He's a hard man and he's like me, and I'm going to leave you on that note.
See, you've left before he did. After all of that expectation, Stewie's been taken out of the attack. On the SMS 0467 920 222, watching my son play senior seconds team and listening to ABC Cricket. He's walking into batters. I type the message. Love listening to ABC Cricket. Well, I hope he goes well. Nick and Dash driving from Perth to Albany, listening to your broadcast with a broken aircon. Oh dear, it's hot in that part of the world. Cricket broadcast, the only thing keeping us going. Well, Nick and Dash, hope you're okay. Hope you're keeping cool. Trent Copeland replaces Stuart Clark. Welcome back, Trent. Short balls at players who have just been hit.
Yeah, I've been hit a few times. I was just telling a few stories at the back of the box there about Jai Richardson at the Wacker hit me with a juke ball about 2 seasons ago on that back elbow, and I went down, thought my arm was broken, and I'm a Stewie. All these batters that pretend that it doesn't hurt, they're having a laugh.
But don't you admire them for not showing pain? David Boone was the ultimate for me, especially against the West Indies pace quartet. As Hazelwood, meanwhile, starts a new over around the wicket to punt, and it's all with forces a false stroke. He pitched that one up and swung away from the batter, and Punt couldn't help himself. He flirted at it, missed it. Taken by Tim Paine. Score remains 4 for 189 with Punt there on 35.
But the thing is, we all know it hurts. So just by pretending that it doesn't change the fact that you are hurting.
Well, Bernie's catch scores never let them know where you hit. Now, that amused me because you know when you've hit someone on the arm or the elbow, right? It's not a surprise. But I admire the courage, that's for sure. So what happened to you? We'll get back to that as Hazelwood comes in again to punt from around the wicket, and Punt this time doesn't offer. He shoulders arm through, it goes to the keeper.
Well, let's go firstly to what Punt is going to go through the next half an hour. He's going to, every time he makes contact with bat on ball, the extensors in your arm, the fingers holding the bat, if you hit the ball on the stickers or if you hit it particularly on the toe of the bat, the reverberation up through the hands
effect
into the elbow and the arm, even though there's taping on it, it is excruciating. So he's going to be, a lot of people will say go the bounce up, but it's actually the stickers ball, the back of a length ball that he defends that might actually be the hardest.
Hazelwood into him again from wide of the crease, and this is a shortish delivery, and Punt gets on his toes to defend it, and the ball stops dead at his feet. No run, 4 for 189 as he just takes a bit of a stroll towards square leg.
And as soon as contact was made there, you saw almost like the starting of the lawnmower take the hand off the bat. That's going to be the norm now for the next half an hour, and particularly tomorrow. That was one of the things that I noticed.
Oh, right, okay.
Bowling for me, but Punt, as an aggressive batsman that likes bat on ball all the time, it's going to be hard work.
And it's his back arm, backhand, if you like. The top hand, not the one affected. Hazelwood bowls to Punt, and he's forward, pushing it compactly to Stark at mid-off. And there's no run.
The big difference between the two of us is that I didn't play that many shots because I can't. Punt is a flourishing middle-order batter that is crucial to India's chances. So,
how did you go after Richardson clocked you in that deal?
I was in hospital about an hour later getting a scan, making sure that the arm wasn't broken, then went back and ended up batting at number 11 with the traditional forearm guard that goes on the front arm. I had one of those on the back arm as well.
Oh, that would have been a look. Hazelwood tries his luck again, and Punt is defending a ball on a length, and he pushes it square on the offside. Back to the covers. It's picked up, no run.
Have a guess what my first 5 overs I faced was.
Oh, short stuff.
Bounces.
Rib cage. Yeah.
Yeah, Jai Richardson, Matty Kelly, Joel Paris.
So is this one of these cases where you're tallying them up in your head? I'll get you back.
No.
I'll get you back.
I mean, yes, but again, the comparison between Jai Richardson bowling 145 and myself, I doubt they were as intimidated as I was. But that's the thing. Richard will not be intimidated. He'll be ready to cop it.
He's on 35. Last ball of the over. Hazelwood into him, and he's backing across, and he just pushes it back down the pitch again, so he survives. No run, maiden over, and Hazelwood now 19 overs, 1 for 34. India is 4 for 189. And I'm going to leave you now. Trent Copeland, it was brief but beautiful. And coming in is Robin Chipperfield on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Already going on the third day of the Sydney Test with India 4 for 189. Thanks to Andrew Moore. There is plenty of pink in this ground today, but nothing as pink as Andrew's face when lawnmowers get mentioned in the last half an hour or so. Got a very rosy red as Cummins is coming into bowl to Pujara, left alone outside the off stump. And through to Tim Paine. And there is no run. 4 for 189.
Speaking of which, I must admit I'm a little red-faced. I might start to call Andrew by his first name because I've been butchering his nickname ever since coming on. So I'll cop that one.
I think that's the least of his problems at the moment. He's got other issues to deal with. Oh dear. 4 for 189 it is. Blue sky up ahead the SCG. A few white fluffy clouds around, but nothing that's going to bother us. Pujara's backing away here. There's more movement behind the bowler's arm. Pujara's pointing out something in this direction. Maybe it's not Andrew's face, is it, that's putting him off? The ball's clashing with the pallet. Not sure. India trailing here by 149 at 4 for 189. Remember, Australia all out yesterday for 338. Here's Cummins then into Pujara, who's wearing this one. Shorter ball, which he doesn't get the bat anywhere near, and it just ricochets into the midriff, I think, of Pujara. And there's no run. He did get hit, I think, in the nets, Pujara, a couple of days before the test on the finger. I wonder if Australia have sensed a bit of a weakness there.
Well, there's definitely heat in the contest. People talk about the contest in Test cricket. There's definitely that going on out there at the moment. It's a bit going on between you and Andrew as well. But
yes, got it coming to me later.
The challenge here is the variation in bounce, hard to duck.
Cummins into Pujara, outside the off stump, and guided intelligently by Pujara through a gap on the offside, behind square, through maybe gully area, fourth slip, and it'll reach the boundary for 4. So the contest, at least temporarily, won by Pujara. But they're fighting for control of the game, aren't they, here? Both sides.
Absolutely, yeah. And the power of the Australian bowlers going with his short pitch bowling attack is variable bounce as the game goes on means that at places like the Wacker and the Gabba, where the wicket doesn't deteriorate as much, you can really trust the bounce when you get bowled a short ball. Here at the SCG, it becomes difficult to duck. Some go well over your head, some stay to around chest height, and they're the ones that get you.
Cummins again. Running away from us, fairly fired up at the moment into Pujara. Well played by Pujara into the onside. Fielded by Pekowski at mid-wicket, and there's no run. With 2 slips, a gully. Point, mid-off. There's a mid-wicket, short leg. Backward square leg, who's in quite tight. Fine leg as well.
The 50 partnership coming up. Pujara now 49. Punt 35. Both of these guys last time they were here in Australia scored hundreds. Pujara was a monster 100, but this is an ominous partnership for Australia.
Here's Cummins into Pujara again, who's working this again into the onside. Picks out Pekowski again at mid-wicket, and again there's no run. Pujara 49 from 171 balls.
I like that you highlighted that. Well,
It's what's needed, to be fair, isn't it?
Absolutely.
He's doing a good job for his side.
Yeah, credit to him. And it's easy to criticise the low strike rate and the impact it can have on other people, but, geez, the mental strength that he has to go through this. If I remember correctly, these two scored hundreds. Next man in, Ravi Jadeja, also took Australia apart. I think 80-odd at quick time.
Here's Cummins into Pujara again, who's ducking a short one. Didn't have to duck too far. It was quite a way over the head of Pujara and through to the keeper. And again, there's no run. Now, the Indian team doctor coming on again to maybe have a look at Rishabh Pant. Hit on the elbow a couple of overs ago. I think he's just taken a tablet, which presumably be a painkiller of some sort. Must be difficult. He can't have great feeling in that arm, I wouldn't think.
Well, and the other challenge, likely an anti-inflammatory tablet as well as a painkiller, because if you let think about any time you get a blow to the body, whether it's in paintball, cricket, you get hit by a golf ball, whatever it is, you get that initial bulb of inflammatory response from the body. If that happens in your elbow, you start to lose some of your movement. You can't hold on to the bat properly, and then all of a sudden you become a sitting duck, not being able to move the bat. So all of that combined with the tape around the arm is there to try and keep things as normal for Punt as possible.
Well, he's going to be on strike here. He's okay to continue. Doctor leaves the field together with 12th man. And Punt okay to go on. There are two slips, a gully for him. There's also a deep point, fine leg and deep square leg. Don't be surprised if it's short here. As Hazelwood comes in, it is short. It's off about his chin, I would say, and he played it pretty well. Played it down into the leg side. That reared up at him and got through for a single as well. Well played.
Yes, well played. Very good contest going on at the moment. Shout out to a couple of friends of mine, Damien and Chloe, and their little one, Nala. Chocolate Lab in the car on the way back from Port Macquarie. Everyone listening all around the country to ABC.
I love that, actually. People texting in, SMSing in from all over the country. Favourite yesterday was a guy sitting in Port Phillip Bay on his boat, doing some fishing, and with the cricket on grandstand as well. As Hazelwood's in, and Pujara's working this into the onside. Knocked out to Mitchell Stark at mid-on, and Pujara goes through to a half-century. It's been dogged and determined, and it's been very important for his team as well. A half-century from 174 balls, and India 4 for 195. They still trail by 143.
Yeah, fantastic innings. Skill, determination, patience. Lots of blows on the body and ducking and weaving out of the short balls from Australia's three quicks. And I've been particularly impressed with his footwork to Nathan Lyon today.
Here's Hazelwood in again, and Pant is pushing forward. He looks troubled by that, but he plays it down into the offside and there's no run. I'll get Rick in a moment or two to talk about slow half-centuries and where that ranks. I mean, I would imagine it's a fair way from the top. 50 from 174 balls. We'll give Rick a moment or two. As Jim says, we'll put him on notice. And we await Hazelwood with this delivery. Perhaps for the first time since being struck, Pant looked in a little bit of discomfort as Hazelwood roars in, running in towards us, and bowls edged and caught that slip. Pant has gone. He's been taken by Warner, is it, at first slip, I think?
Yeah.
And that's a very important wicket for the Australians. Punt unsettled by the blow on the arm and the drive outside the off stump. He flashed a bit like Warner did in that first innings. Found the outside edge and the catch is taken. It's a vital breakthrough. Pant goes for 36 and India 5 for 195.
The relentless Josh Hazelwood strikes, and Davey Warner back into the team, back into that first slip slot in replacing Joe Burns. Takes a very good catch. It's one of those tricky ones that goes between second and first slip. Steve Smith let it go. Davey Warner on catching it, turned around with a huge smile on his face a massive wicket. And don't underestimate the ball before, where Punt played that lunging forward defence with hard hands, was in writhing pain when he turned around after making contact. Just takes a little bit of conviction away from the shot thereafter. And Josh Hazlewood, he's always ready to pounce.
Just puts a bit of doubt in the mind, doesn't it? And as a batter, that's the last thing you need when you're facing an attack of the quality of Australia's. 5 for 195. Ravi Jadeja has come to the wicket while we've got a moment. Rick Finlay waiting for us in Hobart on the half century from Pujara. Slow, but not near the slowest, I wouldn't have thought.
No, Pujara 174 balls. The slowest one I can find was your countryman Trevor Bailey at the Gabba in 58-59, 350 balls, so scoring at half the rate of Pujara, if you could imagine that.
Good.
I was thinking to myself when you asked that question that there will have been a lot of saving draws, batting for long periods of time with no intention to score runs, where people bat for long enough that they just happen to pass 50 rather than, for example, this one, which is maybe setting up a game.
Yeah. Good player, good all-rounder, Trevor Bailey, but that is some guy. I don't know what we would have made of that innings on that particular day. Goodness, mate.
Such a strike rate focus these days with T20 cricket around, isn't there?
Yeah.
And that's one of the great nuances about Test cricket. People like Pujara that don't play in the IPL, so few and far between these days, but still have such a strong part to play.
Jadeja on strike as Hazlewood bowls a bouncer to him and through to Tim Paine, and there's no run. Looking at Jim, actually, would you have worked with Trevor Bailey in the commentary box? Yes, certainly down the years.
Oh, lie, you can hear the crowd through the effects mic there. Bouncer to Jadeja. Hazlewood in his follow-through stands there, and contrary to popular belief, sometimes the best tension can be created by not saying anything. No words exchanged, just a stare, locking eyes. This is Test cricket at its best.
2 slips in a gully and a short leg as Hazlewood comes around the wicket to Jadeja, who's pushing forward, gets to the pitch of the ball and punches it out to mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over. Good one for Hazlewood. Claimed the wicket of Rishabh Pant for 36. So 5 for 195. The score here at the SCG after Australia bowled out for 338. So India still 143 behind, and wickets are just slowly beginning to tumble here. In hindsight, which is a wonderful thing, you wonder whether Pant might have been better retiring hurt, letting Jadeja come in and then himself come back in a little bit later. But
well, certainly when we were talking about the story of when I got hit, it was only going to get worse. So maybe that was the theory. Once you stop, go and calm down, put some ice on it and try and settle it, it can actually be harder to grip the bat in the coming days. So while you have the adrenaline going, get some painkillers in and then try and just kick on.
Yes, I wonder if it'll be an issue for him with his wicket keeping as well.
Potentially.
Depends how quickly Australia can bowl India out here. 2 slips in a gully. Backward square leg as well. As Cummins comes in, bowls a short ball. And Pujara is weaving out of the way of it. And it is through to Tim Paine. And there is no run. 5 for 195. On the SMS, planting bush tucker plants in our garden while listening to the great grandstand coverage, which got us thinking about Aboriginal cricketers. Any idea who was the most recent Aboriginal Australian to play Test cricket? Andrew Anans in Fremantle in WA.
I would say off the top of my head, Jason Gillespie comes to mind. But again, I'm not entirely sure. The last representative of Australia, Test irrelevant, it would be Dan Christian, I would say.
Yep.
Ash Gardner in the women's game.
That's one for Rick Finlay. Maybe we'll get there in the end of the over as Cummins comes into Pujara outside the off stump and out. He's been caught. That's a huge wicket again for Australia. Wickets in consecutive overs. Pujara is out for 50 and India 6 for 195. That leapt off a length from Cummins from this Paddington end of the ground. Short of a length, found the outside edge, maybe towards the shoulder of the bat, and it's gone through to Tim Paine, who took a very comfortable catch, and the game has changed in an instant. 6 for 195.
How good is he? Our Paddy Cummins, number 1 in the world in ICC rankings for test fast bowlers. That one bounced so much it caught the bottom hand thumb on the glove. Huge wickets at either end from Hazlewood and Cummins. Now India 6 for 195 with 2 batsmen out there having faced 2 balls between them, both on 0. Australia closing in.
Yeah, 10 minutes ago, you didn't think there'd be a first innings lead for Australia. Now you have to say that looks likely. 6 for 195.
Pat Cummins, sorry to jump in, Pat Cummins to Pujara in this series prior to today, 3 wickets, 14 runs for almost 100 balls bowled. That record only gets stronger now. That's one of the best batsmen in the world. Last time he was here, he had a record-breaking series. Australia in the lead-up, knowing that Virat Kohli was going to leave after the one test match. All the focus turned to the man who was the thorn in their side last time around. And Paddy Cummins, he's been the man to knock him over on the regular.
And playing a defensive shot as well. It's not like he was flashing outside off stump. He's beaten Pujara, who plays so many defensive shots so well. That was a tremendous delivery from Cummins. And Paine with a regulation catch behind. And the game turns on a sunny afternoon at the SCG with Ravi Ashwin joining Ravi Jadeja at the wicket. And Cummins with a crowd at his back, running away from us. Into Ashwin, short ball, and Ashwin is ducking underneath it. And it goes through to Paine, and there is no run. Fantastic spell of bowling. And bang, bang, 2 quick wickets. It feels like a slow test. It feels like it meanders along rather than rushes anywhere, but sudden injection of pace from Cummins and also from Hazlewood the previous over. And Australia right on top now. India still 143 behind on grandstand cricket as Cummins is into Ashwin, who's beaten outside the off stump, playing down the wrong line. It looked as though it was coming in, and then it swung away and through to Paine. What a tremendous delivery that was as well. Probably deserved a wicket too, but didn't get one. A wicket with the second ball of the over, and Ashwin's got it all on to survive this over.
Slightly scrambled team. Just nipped away off the surface. But how good is he, this guy? Honestly, 3 for 29 into his 20th over on a wicket that we've been talking about the whole time, not offering much for the bowlers.
Here's Cummins in again to Ashwin, outside off stump. He's guided this one to Gully, to Green, and there's no run. Green does the fielding. He shies at the stumps, the bails come off, but Ashwin was home. Brilliant over this from Cummins. 6 for 195. And as I say, 143 behind. 2 slips and a gully still, and that short leg. Point mid-off, mid-on, and 2 behind square on the boundary on the onside. Final ball of a magnificent over so far from Cummins into Ashwin, who with some trouble is pushing it out onto the onside. Fantastic wicket maiden for Cummins. 6 for 195. Ashwin no score. Jadeja no score. It's Cummins for Australia and Goings for India.
Yeah, I've just been talking to Simon Torfel, ex-5-time ICC umpire of the year.
I'll just drop that name. Pick that name up off the floor you've just dropped.
Part of the Channel 7 commentary team this summer, and he's just written in a little message saying if Punt is not fit to keep and still injured, he is allowed a substitute keep wicket for him with the consent of the umpires, e.g. if Saha is listed as a sub-fielder.
Right.
Which, to my knowledge, is a new rule.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known that. Here's Hazlewood coming into bowl, pushed into the offside by Jadeja, reaching a little bit for it. There's a fumble by Stark, which is uncharacteristic, and they'll be able to get through for a single. And Jadeja is
And just picking that up, the new team sheet requirements, because of bubbles, I'm looking at the Indian team sheet right now. It is the playing 11, followed by everyone else listed as emergency fielders. So no stipulation of a direct 12th man may open a little loophole there for India, which would be a massive result in a second innings at the SCG.
Yeah, I wonder who would keep wicket if that wasn't the case. Hazelwood is coming in to bowl to Ravi Ashwin, who punches into the offside, and there's no run. Fielded by Wade at extra cover. 6 for 196.
Certainly in my experience, the entire team starts whenever there's an injury to the wicketkeeper. The entire team that have dreamt of being a keeper since they're under sixes all stick their hand up and say, come on, I'm good to go.
Thankless task, surely. Particularly at the SCG.
It's more fun than running fine leg to fine leg.
That is true. That is certainly true. Keeping to Ashwin and Jadeja in particular. Here's a short ball from Hazelwood, which Ashwin is having nothing to do with, over his head and through to Paine, and there is no run. Get the latest ABC News headlines at the end of this over, assuming drinks are on time, which they have been so far. Got 2 slips, gully, point, short leg, cover mid-on, deep backward square leg and a fine leg as well. As Hazelwood is in again, and good shot from Ashwin, clipping the ball into the offside with a lovely cover drive. He's timed it well as well. Wade is off after it, but he won't get to it before the ball crosses the boundary, and that brings up the 200 for India, and Ashwin off the mark as well. 6 for 200. Jadeja has 1 and Ashwin has 4. We're in the 90th over, so they're not going about their work with great pace, India, but 6 for 200 suddenly sounds a lot better than it did before that ball.
Yeah, well, this is the knock on the innings and the style of play of Pujara, is if you then do get out once doing this, your team is in a bit of a hole.
Hazelwood into Ashwin, who's not at all comfortable playing this one. I think he was going to duck it in for the first moment and then had to go back and play it, and was in no sort of position to do so, but did manage to get bat on it and squeeze it out onto the onside, and there was no run.
That ball did stay low, and this is what energises the bowling attack as well. It's not just the here and now, but they know Australia that they're going to be bowling last on this wicket, middle of this day 3, and it's already playing tricks. I've also had Simon Torfel confirm that is the case. Any of these 6 fielders can keep wickets.
Here's Hazelwood, bowls to Ashwin. This one's gone through Labuschagne, I think, at short leg. They're coming back for 2 as the ball goes to Pekovsky out on the boundary, and a couple it is added to the total. And the over is complete. 7 runs from it. Ashwin has 6. Jadeja has 1. It is 6 for 202. India trailing Australia by 138. Jim Maxwell and Alex Blackwell are poised to take over here at the SCG, but the players are wandering off to square leg for a drink. So we'll get the latest news headlines from the ABC newsroom.
David Rowlands with the news headlines. Federal opposition leader Anthony Albanese remains at Sydney's Royal Prince Alfred Hospital following a car accident yesterday. A spokesman for Mr Albanese says his condition is more complex than originally thought, and he remains under observation. New South Wales has recorded 1 new locally acquired coronavirus case today. The case is linked to the Barella cluster in Sydney's west, which now totals 21. Victoria has recorded its 3rd straight day of no new locally acquired coronavirus cases, as the state government urges people to cancel travel plans to Queensland, and Democratic Party members of the US House of Representatives have circulated the draft of a new impeachment resolution against President Donald Trump.
If you're not going through an emergency situation right now, it might be the perfect time to explore the all-new ABC Emergency website. ABC Emergency lets you search for incidents near you, or you can check on other locations around the country. There's also a handy button that lets you listen to the local ABC radio station closest to the emergency. abc.net.au/emergency. Save it in your favourites now and keep listening to ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster. Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Hazelwood roars in, running in towards us, and bowls edged and caught at slip. Panda's gone. He's been taken by Warner, is it, at first slip, I think?
Yeah.
And that's a very important wicket for the Australians. Punt unsettled by the blow on the arm and the drive outside the off stump. He flashed a bit like Warner did in that first innings. Found the outside edge, and the catch is taken. It's a vital breakthrough. Pant goes for 36, and India 5 for 195. Comes into Pujara, outside the off stump, and out. He's been caught. That's a huge wicket again for Australia. Wickets in consecutive overs. Pujara is out for 50, and India 6 for 195. That leapt off a length from Cummins from this Paddington end of the ground. Short of a length. Found the outside edge, maybe towards the shoulder of the bat. And it's gone through to Tim Paine, who took a very comfortable catch. And the game has changed in an instant.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Australia on top here with his second new ball and the brilliance of Pat Cummins. 20 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 29. And India need a partnership to make sure they don't have a large deficit on the first innings. 6 for 202 versus 338. And the lunch seems to have enlivened Australia. Perhaps they had a new ball like a cherry on the top of the ice cream or something as they were eating lunch, because the new ball has done the business, Alex.
It definitely has, Jim, with Hazelwood 5 overs with the new ball already yielding 1 wicket. Cummins into his 4th over. He also has a wicket with that new ball. So these new ball spells, Hazelwood and Cummins doing the damage.
Superb bowling. Around the wicket now. Cummins bowls and Jadeja defends back down the wicket. Might just get a pull through from Rick Finlay, who's listening down there in Hobart, about the spells Pat Cummins has had so far in this game. I mean, Cummins and Hazelwood's numbers, if you combine them, as I was doing before, they're now even better. 41 overs, 19 maidens, 5 for 72. So we'll just have a look at those spells in a moment, Rick, as Cummins turns with 2 slips gully, short leg. He's running into Jadeja. Jadeja is fending and getting a single no. He's not interested at the non-strikers end. Ashwin is 6, Jadeja 1. Rick, hello.
Hi, Jim. Yes, 5 spells so far. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 12. 1 maiden over, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5, and now 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1 again.
Quite extraordinary. Accurate, economical, and striking. He's around the wicket, and Jadeja gets a bouncer. He ducks underneath it. There's been good, sustained pace from Cummins. He just keeps running in. He did this in 5 tests in England, and the more you see it happen, the more it makes you wonder how durable is this guy as a fast bowler, because looking at it, we're going to be seeing this on day 5, and then they're going to back up and play, we assume, in Brisbane, and his ability to absorb all this hard work is just amazing. Here he comes. He bowls. Jadeja defends on the onside down to Stark at mid-on.
Well, he's just, as you say, so durable, and I guess the fitness levels of all the Australian team, very, very impressive. But Cummins in particular, because he has to put so much strain on his body as a fast bowler, sustaining those 145 plus paces in all of his spells. He's someone who has become a lot more resilient as well as he's gotten older. That 18-year-old who debuted in South Africa, who just burst onto the scene, but then he had quite a bit of time out with injury as his body was maturing.
Cummins bowls a bouncer again, going past his right shoulder down the leg side. So today we've seen the wickets of Rahane, bowled by Cummins, chopped it onto his stumps for 22. Vihari run out by a brilliant piece of fielding from Hazlewood at mid-off. He dived, picked up and threw in the one action and hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. Hanuma Vihari out for 4. And then with the new ball, a couple of big wickets. Cummins runs in, bowls to Jadeja, pushes away off the line of the stumps. And that's another maiden over for Cummins. So with the new ball, we've had punt. He was whacked on the elbow and was obviously wounded. Caught Warner at slip off Hazlewood for 36. And then Pajara nicked to Paine from Cummins for 50, 176 balls and 5 fours. It's now 6 for 202.
Well, Cummins has just been outstanding, especially against Pajara, having got him out 4 times from 5 opportunities in this series. It was a terrific ball, and back-to-back wickets for India have really hurt them. 2 wickets fell on the score of 195, punt, dismissed by Hazlewood, and then Pajara by Cummins, without adding to the scoreboard.
Well, here's an interesting move. With the newish ball, Nathan Lyon has been given another trundle down at the far end. He's had no success so far in this innings, and he's going to bowl to Ashwin. And I might just get Rick to check out on Ashwin, whose numbers as a batsman in Test cricket have been pretty strong and impressive until recently. He averages 27.4 and he's struck 400s. India need him with Jadeja to make a few now, but he hasn't really got in so far in this series. He's taking a fresh guard from umpire Wilson, and he can see a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. So Lyon back at the far end. He bowls and Ashwin plays down at his feet. What's his recent record like comparatively, Rick? He doesn't seem to have had the numbers.
If you divide his career into quarters, his averages respectively are 40.53, 29.09, 26.61 and 16.05.
Yes, he's fallen away, but he's down the pitch and he's driving for 4. That's a very good stroke as Lyon tossed up and he drove it to the right of mid-off and away down to the boundary for 4. A fine shot. Ashwin 10, 6 for 206. Perhaps he senses with Lyon on, there's a bit more of a chance to score than against the faster men.
And I guess he'll know exactly what Lyon's trying to do, being a fellow off-spinner. Lovely use of the feet, striking it down the ground.
Past Hazlewood, and the next ball he turns away to mid-wicket, where it's collected out there by Labuschagne.
And we have seen just that little bit of variable bounce, Jim, that I think the pace bowlers with the new ball have enjoyed. I wonder what sort of variation Nathan Lyon can get. The new ball still quite new.
He bowls to Ashwin. Ashwin just waits and dabs it around the corner, and Warner's there to collect it at leg slip.
Into its 12th over now, so you can imagine that just that little bit more of a proud seam might be able to get a little bit of jag and bounce.
6 for 206. He bowls. Ashwin leans out and prods it away. Square of the wicket on the offside, and Paine scampering after it in the way of all busy wicket-keepers to make sure they didn't steal a single. So, although we've only got a crowd of just under, what's it say here, about 8,000, there's atmosphere. Far more atmosphere than if no one was here. And it's good to hear that in the background as Lyon bowls and Ashwin leans again. Long stride, tall man. And he plays the ball gently along the pitch. So Ashwin's 10, Jadeja's 1. It's 6 for 206. And Australia have been suffocating the Indian batsmen for most of the day. And at the moment, they're going to continue with Cummins operating down here, or is they going to hand over to Cameron Green, that looks like he's coming into the attack here at the northern end?
I think this is a great move. Cameron Green. He hasn't had a lot of action in this test match so far. He started with a 21-ball duck. He did take a terrific catch in the gully region to dismiss Shubman Gill, who got his maiden test 50. It was bowled by Cummins. But so far, Green has not had too much bowling. He's bowled 2 overs. Now he gets a ball that is 12 overs old, so just a little bit more in his favour to be able to get something out of this pitch.
Well, Australia have used 6 bowlers. Labuschagne had a few overs before the second new ball. And now Green away from this Paddington end. He comes up and Jadeja doesn't like that. It's too wide and he withdraws his service. So 2 slips, gully, point cover mid-off, mid-on, short leg, and 2 men back on the heave-ho. At fine leg and deep backward square in front of the Victor Trumper stand. That newish stand that gives so much comfortable accommodation.
Well, Cameron Green's added a lot to this bowling attack and the balance of the Australian Test team. He's an all-rounder who can bowl up near 140 Ks consistently. He's got an intimidating frame.
He runs in, he pitches up and he's driven wide a bit off for a quick single. As Cummins hurls and back and hits the stumps on the peel for a run out. He was certainly slow to back up there, Ashwin. And a very good throw has given Australia confidence that they've secured a run out here. He went off too slowly as Jadeja pushed down towards mid-off. There was an easy single, but Ashwin was slow out of the blocks. And the throw may have beaten him as we just see it come in here. His bat is close to the line. The bails have been broken with his bat short of the line. That's great work from Wade, who came in from short leg to grab the ball, and he's out, run out. And that is a slack bit of cricket from India and an excellent bit of fielding from Australia that's ended up with Ashwin being run out. The second run out of the innings, 7 for 206.
Fantastic team fielding effort, that. It was Cummins at mid-off. Fantastic throw. And in fact, the short leg, I think, Jim, was Marnus Labuschagne.
Labuschagne, yeah.
Quick thinking to get to the stumps to take the bails. It was a bit of lazy running from Ravi Ashwin, dismissed for 10. India in trouble.
What a waste of a wicket, really. As good as that fielding was from Cummins. So Cummins is just in the game everywhere. With his bowling, now with his fielding. There was a bit of hesitation from Ashwin. He was ball watching. He should have had the confidence in his partner and just gone. But he went late, and Labuschagne rushing up, grabbed the ball on the bounce and knocked off the bails with Ashwin's bat a few centimetres short of safety.
Well, this is what modern cricketers need to do. Fast bowlers contributing in the field. We've seen Hazelwood with a brilliant caught and bowled, which was the first wicket to fall. That was yesterday. Hazelwood also had a terrific run out that changed the game. We haven't seen many better run outs than that. And then Cameron Green, he also has taken a stunning catch at gully. So there's these tall, fast bowlers doing the damage in the field. Wonderful effort there from Paddy Cummins. We've seen it before, though. He got that run out at the Adelaide Oval to end the day's play to dismiss Pujara a couple of years back.
So Saini on debut with the ball the other day and now on debut with the bat. He's a right-hander. He's facing Green, and Australia have got their tails up as Green runs in, bowls a bouncer. This has been an intimidatory period from Australia. They're at the Indian batsmen with bouncing deliveries, fast, accurate throws back to the keeper, and Ashwin out for 10. If I just look down the scoreboard here, India lost its 4th wicket at 142. So, in effect, they've lost now 4 wickets for 64 since the fall of Vihari's run-out wicket. 2 run-outs in this innings. Green goes in and pitches near the line of the pads, and it's squirted away down towards fine leg off something as they go through for a single. What's it going to be? A leg by. So he didn't get his first test run, but he added one more to the score, and it's very important from India's viewpoint. You'd think that they should try and squeeze a few more runs out with the tail, and it's not a 9-10 jack that fills you with a lot of confidence.
No, it doesn't. Mentioned earlier on air that I saw Jasprit Bumrah score his maiden 50 in the first class cricket when they played the 3-day tour match. He got a Hall of Honour from his teammates walking through a Guard of Honour when he left the field.
Love to see that again as Jadeja defends back and across and out on the offside. So runs becoming very difficult to pick up for India as Australia work their way through this batting order. As I say, we've had Rahane up at 22, Vahari 4, Pujara 50, Pant 36 with him, injured elbow on the way, and now Ashwin for 10. Run out on some excellent fielding from Cummins. A slip in the gully, a short leg. Green goes in, and it's left alone by Jadeja outside the off stump. And that ends the over. So India wobbling along at 7 for 207, and Robin Chipperfield's coming in to join Alex Blackwood.
Grandstand Cricket. Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
I can't keep on losing you.
Well, India in some trouble here. 7 for 207. Nathan Lyon looking for his first wicket of the innings.
I feel it's not too far away.
No. I was just going to say a good opportunity for Cam Green as well to get his first test wicket as well over the next few overs potentially. I think Lyon's bowled well actually.
He's kept pressure at the other end, and the fast bowlers are doing their job.
Created opportunities. He's coming into bowl to Saini now, and Saini pushes out into the offside in the Sydney sunshine, and there's no run.
Well, you'd expect that Nathan Lyon will come into the game even more in the final innings of this match, probably late tomorrow or day 5.
Lyon, right arm over the wicket into Saini again, who's on the back foot and just prodding out to point, and there's no run. There's a slip, Steve Smith, a leg slip, David Warner, short leg, Labuschagne, and there's a point mid-off, deep mid-on, short mid-wicket, short backward square and deep mid-wicket. And Lyon into Saini again. You hear the gasp of exasperation from Lyon as Saini's late forward, but does get bat on it. Guides it out to Green at point, but again, can't get off the mark. 7 for 207 here on Grandstand Cricket after a little wicket feast for Australia. There's Lyon bowls, and that's worked to the onside by Saini again. Laid down immediately in front of him. And again, there's no run.
Well, it's been 2 terrific run-outs, I think, as well as very much capitalising on the new ball by Hazelwood and Cummins. Some fantastic cricket by Australia.
Lyon. That was a quick ball to Saini, who's equal to it. That was almost a medium pacer from Lyon, and Saini drives it back to the bowler all along the ground. And there's no run.
Still a deficit that India have to work at reducing. They've only got 3 wickets in hand, but Jadeja, last time India played at the SCG just a couple of years ago, he scored 80 batting at number 8, 81 in fact, and he can really do some damage if the tail can hang around.
Lyon to Saini again, who's playing this late into the offside, and there's a comfortable single there because point and mid-offer, if there were a circle, they were right back on the edge of the circle, allowing the single really for Saini to keep the strike at the end of the over. He's off the mark. He has his first test run. It's 7 for 208, and Jadeja and Saini both have 1 apiece.
When Jadeja, he obviously is coming off a good innings at the MCG, forming a very important partnership with Rahane. 57 he got off 159 balls, 121 partnership. It was a fantastic knock, so he'll feel very in form from a batting point of view, but also he's done well with the ball so far in this game. 4 wickets and a spectacular run out. So he's contributing nicely to his team. Saini, on the other hand, he's been a little bit expensive in his debut test match. He has picked up 2 wickets, one of which was the wicket to dismiss Will Pukovski on debut. So now's his opportunity to hang in there with the much more experienced Jadeja at the other end.
Well, so much for the opportunity for Cameron Green to get his first test wicket because Mitch Starc is coming on at this Paddington end. Starc perhaps not at his best today, so he'll like a wicket or 2 and get through and wrap up this Indian innings as quickly as possible. Saini on strike as Starc comes in, left arm over the wicket, short ball down the leg side, and Saini has nothing to do with it. And Saini stares at Starc, and Starc stares at Saini. A few words exchanged between the two, I think. Saini bowled a few bouncers, didn't he, to the Australian tail, and perhaps they've not forgotten that.
Hard for Green to get into a rhythm. He's bowled a spell of 1 over there, and earlier in the day got a spell of 2 overs with the new ball the old ball just before lunch. So by no means getting an opportunity to get that rhythm.
2 slips in a gully, and Pukovski in close at cover as it's played off the back foot by Saini, wide off Pukovski, who in trying to get to the ball just stumbles and can't get a hand on it, and they'll get back for a couple. And Saini moves on to 3, 7 for 210.
I guess what's also happened there is that there was a run out and the game's changed, so different batters at the crease. Tim Paine likes his matchups and opportunity to really skittle the lower order, so bringing the strike weapon back on, Mitchell Starc.
Yep, 7 for 210, 128 behind, still India on first innings. Jadeja 1, Saini has 3, short leg in and a short backward square as Starc, he's into Saini, who's troubled by this, and it loops up and drops out on the offside, short of Pukovski, who the previous ball had come in close and was a bit further back for that ball. Whether he'd have got the opportunity to take the catch, he might well have done, actually.
Well, it's a real tail-enders field we're seeing here against an aggressive Mitchell Starc. There's a very big gap down the ground, you'd say. There's a wide cover in about 20 metres from the bat, and there's a wide mid-wicket, similarly on the onside, and nothing.
I'm not sure he's going to get too many to drive here. Here's Starc into Saini, short again. It's a brute of a delivery. It rears up at Saini, and he's done pretty well for a tail-ender to just get his bat on that, maybe a bit of bat handle, and it drops into the offside. Was not an opportunity, but this is a real test for Saini. Rather him than me at the moment. 2 in a row,
rearing up at the stickers on the bat, near the bat handle, and Saini's done well to just fend that ball off, although it's popping up on the offside. 2 in a row, which has now forced a field change. The Australians feel that instead of a catcher behind the wicket, there's just the 1 slip, a gully, and the additional slip has been brought in under the helmet in front of the wicket.
This is going to be short. Here's Starc into Saini. It is, and he's hit it straight to that fielder that Alex Blackwell mentioned at short cover. The catch is taken, and he's fallen straight into the trap. Australia knew exactly what they were doing there, and Saini has fallen for the trap. The 8th wicket falls. Well bowled, Mitchell Starc. It's 8 for 210.
Well, you just look like a genius, don't you, as a captain, by making a field change so specifically under the helmet. Matty Wade finally gets a catch under the lid, although it's against Mitch Starc, and he's positioned at forward of point. So well done, Mitch Starc, and well done, Tim Paine, for that field placement.
Yeah, Saini having been roughed up a bit by the short ball. And the thing is that he's going to get exactly the same in the second innings now that it's worked in pretty quick time. So Saini strides off the ground. India 8 for 210 with Saini departing in the 95th over, and Jasprit Bumrah is the man to replace Saini. You have to say this has been excellent bowling from Australia. 2 for 117 at one stage, India, and then later 4 for 195, and now it's 8 for 210. So what's that? 4 wickets for 15 runs.
Yeah, it's been terrific fast bowling, and you can understand why Cam Green just got that one over, bringing Stark in just to clean up the tail. He's done it so well over the years in whatever format.
I don't think you could pay me enough money to have been in Saini's shoes for that particular over. That was fearsome from Stark. And here's Bumrah on strike for his first ball. It's about to, and it's over the head of Bumrah, who ducks underneath it and through to Tim Paine. End of the over, 8 for 210. Let's go to Rick Finlay in Hobart, who wants to comment on the double run-outs that we've seen in this innings. Rick, what have you got for us?
Yes, 2 run-outs in this innings. The last time Australia affected one of those was 20 tests ago, 2018-19 at Dubai against Pakistan. In fact, the last 3 cases of double run-outs have all been against Pakistan. The previous 2 in the previous series in Australia, 2016 and 17.
Are they fairly rare, Rick? How I don't want to put you on the spot, but do they happen? They happen quite a lot.
Yes, they are rare. I mean, the one previous to that, that first one of against Pakistan, 2016-17, you've got to go back to the last decade, or the decade before that, sorry, the late 2000s, to get the previous one that Australia has achieved.
Thank you very much, Rick Finlay, who's not with us here in Sydney, but is in Hobart. King of the stats. Another one for you there. 8 for 210. Alex Blackwell has left, and Stuart Clark has joined us in the grandstand cricket commentary boxes. Lyon comes around the wicket and bowls to Jadeja, who's watched the carnage from the other end. And he plays a beautiful shot back with a square on the offside. Lyon just giving him a little bit of room, and he's taken full toll with a boundary. Jadeja on to 5. It's 8 for 214. Good afternoon, Stuart.
Afternoon, Robbie. It's turned on its head, this match, hasn't it? We were going along, we were wondering how they were going to get him out, and all of a sudden they're 8 for 214 with not a lot of effort.
Yeah. Phenomenal bowling, you have to say. On flattish wicket as Lyon throws this one up a little bit, and Jadeja is pushing the ball out into the offside, and there is no run.
They just give you nothing, do they? None of the bowlers bowl any... No, they don't bowl. They bowl loose balls, but there's just not a lot of them. They're at you the whole time.
Here's Lyon in again, bowling to Jadeja. And no run as the bowler does his own fielding.
They're nasty when they need to be. They're full when they need to be. They know their games. They complement each other, one another very well. They're just a good all-round bowling unit, and their results show that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Here's Lyon into Jadeja, who's cutting again, but this time it picks out Bukowski at backward point, and there's no run. How about your appreciation of that over from Stark to Saini? You must have loved that.
Yeah, poor old Saini. He was standing there. It was just inevitable that he was going to fend one off. He was caught between ducking and standing up and fending and whatever else, and Stark just kept hammering away in there and got the length right, and he just chipped it straight up to that fielder.
Lyon bowls to Jadeja, who's working this into the onside. There's a big gap there. He's probably only gone 40 yards or so from the bat, and he turns down the opportunity of a second run. So he's only going to take one there. He's trying to farm the strike here with still one ball left of the over. Bumrah yet to get off the mark. Jadeja has 6. And this is an opportunity for Australia rather, with Bumrah.
Very dangerous in this situation, Jadeja, especially when you get to 9, 10, 11. He's got the ability to hit a couple of balls to 4 and then rotate the strike and make it very hard for oppositions to bowl teams out. What Australia want to happen here is they don't want them getting 250 or 260 and really cut that lead. Australia got a good lead at the moment. They want to make sure they can maintain that good lead.
Final ball of the over. Bumrah on strike as Lyon comes into bowl. It's played defensively out on the offside, and there is no run. End of the over then, 8 for 215, and still 123 behind. And 100 is a very useful lead on this pitch. I won't go quite as far as saying this, but it would be very difficult for India to win the Test match if they're 100 behind on first innings.
Oh, look, it's going to be difficult. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, anywhere between 50 and 100, I think it just puts Australia in the box seat. They can come out and bat, and unless a catastrophe with the bat, they're going to, you'd imagine they're going to post at least 200 for the Indians to chase on the late tomorrow afternoon on the final day. And as we're seeing, the wickets, it's still a good wicket, don't get me wrong, but it's wearing. There's a bit of variable bounce. It's never really going to fly through. It'll be hard work for the Australians.
What does Jadeja do here? He's going to be playing Mitchell Starc, and I wouldn't be surprised if there were one or two wigging around his ears. Field his back.
He's going to go around the wicket, Mitchell Starc. Third man, 3 men out in the deep on the onside. So he's going to go in there. You imagine he's not going to pitch it up because there's no fielders there. So it's going to be around the wicket at his chest and let Jadeja do what he wants to do.
Starc into Jadeja, who's swaying out of the way of this, and it's through to Tim Paine, and there's no run. Back to Rick in Hobart. Rick, a quick thought on Nathan Lyon's bowling here at the SCG.
That cut shot by Jadeja in the last over took Lyon's bowling average at the SCG to over 40. Which is probably not ideal, but his second innings bowling average here is 32.
Thank you. Rick Finlay in Hobart.
What?
I would imagine that's going to come down.
I think he's going to bowl. Look, the problem with it, the turn is so slow that it's very hard for Nathan Lyon to pick. He's been a bit unlucky, I might add, today, but it's just there's no pace in the wicket for him to really work with.
Starc around the wicket pole to Jadeja, who's swaying again out of the way of that, bending his back and watching it go past his nose through to Tim Paine, and there's no run. It looks as though Jadeja's going to try and smack a boundary off third or fourth ball and then pick up a single off the fourth or fifth.
Well, he'll want to leave only one ball for Bumrah to face, whether he gets a 1 or whether he gets a 4, whatever it may be. He'll only really want to leave one ball. So Mitchell Starc's going to go around the wicket. He's going to bowl short. I think Jadeja will try and, if he gets it wide outside of stump, he'll try and flay it away through the offside. But Mitchell Starc, with that angle, it's always going to be up and under his ribs.
8 for 215 as Starc is in again. It's flicked away by Jadeja into the onside. It beats short leg. They're looking for a second. Have to be quick. Jadeja is the man. He's throwing Bumrah to the danger end, and he's run out, I think. What a magnificent piece of fielding by Labuschagne from short leg, and Bumrah is striding off. We won't even need the third umpire. That's gone past Labuschagne, and he's head off after it. Got to the ball and thrown down the non-striker's end, and Bumrah is walking off the ground as the throw hit middle stump. He's out by a good metre. That's a third run out of the innings. What a magnificent piece of work by Labuschagne, and India 9 for 215.
Yeah, what a magnificent piece of work it was. Anas Labuschagne throwing down the stumps from just where the square leg umpire is. Look, the other two run-outs were poor cricket. That one there, unfortunately for Jasprit Bumrah, was a good piece of fielding. Yes, there was always going to be hard to get to in that. The ball didn't go very far away, but a good piece of fielding. Had 3 stumps to aim at. He hit the middle one. It wouldn't have mattered if the other two were there or not. And unfortunately for India, they've now lost their 9th wicket for 215. The only thing I'd say there is Bumrah probably needed to be a little bit more aware of what was going on. He was sort of, there's one there. Well, no, there's always, for the first 4 balls, we're looking for even number runs, 2s, 4s, 6s. And the 5th and 6th ball, we're looking for odd numbers.
Yeah.
So he had to know. So he's backing up, getting down there and getting back because, Jadeja's really the one that's going to score the runs.
It was an amazing piece of work. I think he got a touch on it as the ball went off the bat to start with, Labuschagne. We were chatting earlier about 2 run-outs in innings from with Rick Finlay, and all of a sudden we've had 3. And given how rare 2 are, I would imagine 3 are, well, they're bound to be even more rare.
Well, Rick will be feverishly looking up the stats, wouldn't he?
He will.
I'll come back to you on that.
Yeah, I thought you might. That's the first time he's used that phrase, I think, today. Here's Starc coming into Jadeja, who maintains the strike. He's having a swing, but missing. It's gone through to Tim Paine. Paine is appealing. As though there was an edge, but...
back leg, I reckon.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's going to take it on now, Jadeja. He'll be looking to hit the ball to wherever he can. If he can get another 15 or 20, then he'll be that'll have to do him. But yeah, it's dire situation now for India. The bowlers need to warm up and get ready to go. They need to come out and fire. They need to get a couple of early wickets. Otherwise, they're going to be chasing. Australia will just dictate the game. They can get some wickets and build a bit of pressure. Well, maybe things will change. But certainly a lot of hard work now for the Indian bowlers. And then in the fourth innings, the Indian batsmen.
It was 4 for 195. It is 9 for 216. Fabulous effort by the bowlers, but also the fielders as well. The 3 run-outs of Vihari, of Ashwin and of Bumrah. Here's Stark into Jadeja. Well pitched up and smashed down the ground by Jadeja. And that'll go for 4. He's bludgeoned it rather than timed it, but it will still reach the rope. And Pekovsky, his retriever rather than fielder. And it's a no ball as well.
Oh, free hit. Oh, no.
Signalled by Paul Rifle.
Free
Wrong
hit.
game. I think in inverted commas, this might be a free hit for Jadeja anyway, although I guess he's going to try and farm a single.
Yeah, I think
he's got one ball left of the over.
I think he'll try and hit a 4 and then he'll farm a single the following ball. I think farming a single he can probably do.
Oh, yes, because of the no ball, yeah.
He might take a single off this ball. I don't think he wants to expose Siraj to line at all, to Stark at all.
Here's Stark into Jadeja. Inside edging it past Tim Paine, past the helmet, and 4 more. This is the right approach from Jadeja. Got some fortune there with a thick inside edge that has beaten the keeper, Paine, away to his right-hand side. But successive boundaries, and it is 9 for 225. Jadeja unbeaten on 15. And this the final ball of the 97th over.
Now you'll be looking for Siraj. I don't think he's that worried about Siraj against Lyon. I think he's really worried about Siraj against Stark.
Final ball of the over. Stark comes in, and that one's left alone by Jadeja, and it goes through to Tim Paine, and there is no run. I'm going to leave you, Stuart, in the company of Andrew Moore next on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Oh, God, that's the trouble with me. I need the trouble with you. Oh, God, that's the trouble with us.
Thank you, Chippers. If there's a wicket, any time in the next 20 minutes, tea will be taken immediately. 9 for 225. India imploding. The Australian bowlers magnificent, and in the field sensational. That Josh Hazlewood run out of Vihari in the first session. Pat Cummins running out Ravi Ashwin, who was in Noddy land for a while. And then Labuschagne's brilliant fielding to run out Jasprit Bumrah. India 9 for 225, still 113 behind, with Jadeja 15, Siraj yet to score, and it's Cameron Green back into the attack from the Randwick end. 3 overs, a maiden no wicket for 2, as Siraj takes guard yet to face his first ball. What a turnaround in this game, Stewie, as Green's on his way. Past umpire Wilson he goes. Short leg slip in place. Bouncer that's nearly a wide. That was so far above the head of Siraj as it goes through to Timmy Paine.
Well, we've gone. I thought we were going to bowl Lyon again, but I think Tim Paine really wants to just make sure that when Siraj is on strike, he's got a fast bowler on. And we've gone from Stark and Hazlewood and Cummins, but he wants to get Cameron. Cameron Green needs to get a wicket as well. So I would have thought there's no better player in the world for him to bowl to at the moment to get his first wicket than Siraj.
Siraj
falling out the stumps, I reckon, Cameron.
2 ducks against Australia A and Drummoyne, as Siraj has beaten the ball pretty much on off stump, went above the off bail, through it went to Tim Paine. So 2 ducks in at Drummoyne, 22 off 34 when he played for India against Australia A here at the SCG, and in his test debut at the MCG, a second ball duck in his one and only innings, and he nearly got a gozzer there.
Well, I didn't see anything there that made me think that he's going to be able to hit the ball. Anything. Other than maybe he should walk across and stand in front of the stumps.
Cameron Green looking for his first test wicket. He bowls to Siraj, who ducks under a bouncer as it goes through to Tim Paine as the ball started to drift way down the leg side. But Siraj a little wide-eyed after that bouncer from Green. 9 for 225.
I reckon he should stop bowling short. There's no point bowling. Just bowl the stumps. I don't think you can hit it.
May only take one.
So you take one ball at the stumps, go and sit down. First wicket, international cricket, Siraj.
The MCG, he was not out, I should have said, off 2 deliveries.
All right, so
he's a Reading specialist at this point. Green bowls to Siraj. He gets bat on ball and runs down the ground. It goes through mid-on. They have one, and Jadeja just turns his back on the bowl. No, he will come back for a second. Well, Jadeja just turned his back on Siraj at the striker's end, but somehow came back. And Siraj gets his first 2 runs in Test cricket. That'll make him feel good. 9 for 227. The lead for Australia is 111.
He's got to get through 2 more balls here, and then Jadeja gets another crack at it.
That was a full toss.
Full toss.
Clamp down on it.
Played in the V. Nice and early. Got to play in the V early on in your innings.
Siraj, not sure what the V is. Waits for Green and he rocks back. Cuts for 4. Will it have the oomph on it? The chase is on from line. Yes, it does, in front of the Jane McGrath stand. Siraj moves to 6 off 5 deliveries. 9 for 231 with 1 ball to come in the over.
Well, it was not in the V, but it was a good shot. He backed away. I thought he was expecting another bouncer, and then got one just about top of stump height, outside of stump, and just timed it away between backward point and gully, and 4 it was.
A 15-run partnership for the 10th wicket. After the over, Rick Finlay's got some news on teams with 3 run-outs in an innings, like we've seen here from India today, as Green stops his run.
Yorker? What are you going with here, Andrew? I'm going Yorker. At the base of leg stump.
Yes. Something on the stumps. Green bowls to Siraj, and it's a bouncer way over the top of his head. And it goes through to Tim Paine. Ends the over. 6 runs off it. Mohammad Siraj opens his Test batting account. He's 6. Jadeja, who'll be on strike, is 15, and India 9 for 231. Rick, what have you got about all these run-outs?
In nearly 2,400 Test matches, there have only been 37 cases of 3 or more run-outs in an innings. There have even been a couple of 4s, would you believe? And Australia have been responsible now for 4 of them. They're reasonably spaced out. 1902, 1972, 1991, and now 2021.
Yeah, so it's not a big percentage in all those Test matches, and nor should it be.
It's very rare to see 2 run-outs, let alone 3. And at one stage, I was half thinking it was going to be 4. Way that last sort of 2 down the ground went.
Yes. Oh, yeah, don't rule it out. So Jadeja on strike now to Cummins with a deep fine leg, deep backward square, a fielder just forward of square, mid-on, mid-off, point, gully, and a third man. No slips. Jadeja on the hook shot, down towards fine leg, and the ball bounces over the rope for 4. So Ravi Jadeja gets another boundary. Did it carry? They're just questioning that now. I think Paul Rifle's looking for some help from Bruce Oxenford.
Yeah, I don't think it carried. I think it bounced this side of the rope, didn't it?
Well, it's on the far side of the ground for us. I think it was about a metre inside the rope.
So 4. So 1 above the shoulder as well. So
officially 4 now. 9 for 235 India. And this 10th wicket stand with 19.
And the field's spread now everywhere. There's players all out in the boundary. Deep backward square, deep fine leg, deep mid-wicket. Man at Stephen Smith's come to out of slip. It's the first time he's been out there. He's at sort of mid-on-ish.
That was a good shot, by the way. I know it looked a little top edge-ish, but it flew. Here's Stark bowling again. Pull shot from Jadeja. Top edge. Goes behind the keeper and it bounces safely. Line comes around from third man. Coming back for a second run. Jadeja needed to sprint. It was a really good throw from Line. He was in trouble. That would have been a 4th run out.
4th run out.
Rick Finlay will have fallen back off his chair, but they're safe. 2 more runs. 9 for 237. And Jadeja moves to 21.
He's very quick between the wickets, Jadeja. He's very quick in the field. He was as that throw was coming in, I think he just touched down and then turned around and gone. He was back the other end. So Stark's going predominantly short, which you'd expect with the field he's got. He sort of maybe throwing slower ball.
You mentioned Smith at mid-on. He's 40%.
Yeah, he's sort of
50%, 60% of the way to the boundary. Here's Stark. Bowls to Jadeja and he pushes this through the covers. There should be 2 here. They have 1. They'll come back for a second run. Sliding save by Matty Wade. And they do get a second run. So Jadeja doing well. He's chancing his arm with the running between wickets and a couple of those pull or hook shots, but that was a nice stroke. He moves to 23 off 28. India 9 for 239 in this partnership, 23 off 13. invaluable for India, who are behind by 99.
Yeah, by my 99. You know, Australia is playing shots, but you don't want to let this go on for too long, do you? You want to make sure it doesn't...
Australia, no.
You want to knock this over. You want to...
Fun to watch, though.
Get the job done.
Stark to Jadeja, short, and this time he defends off the back foot, and the ball just squirts away square on the offside. Green comes in from gully, and there's no run. So 2 balls left in the over now. It's singles time for Jadeja.
Yeah, I think he wore that one on the hand or the chest or something there. He's looking at the
glove
on the right,
thumb.
Right, left thumb.
Takes the glove off, has a look ruefully.
She'll be right, mate.
Ooh, he was taking the hand off the bat as it struck him in the thumb. Then maybe ricocheted onto the chest.
Where do we go here? Oh no, thumb sore. Call for the physio.
Here we go. So Mohammad Siraj had come down the track. Well, can he not get the glove back on? Is it swollen up? No, he's calling for the trainer.
Might be bleeding.
So it's 9 for 239 India. They're in the 99th over of the innings. Jadeja is 23 of 29. Remember, Pant was in great discomfort after being struck on the elbow by Pat Cummins and was out soon after for 36. And that was Calypso time after that. As Pant went for 36, it was 5 for 195. Pujara caught behind of Pat Cummins for 50, 6 for 195. Ravi Ashwin was run out by Pat Cummins for 10, 7 for 206. Navdeep Saini, after being worked over, was caught at bat pad by Matty Wade off Mitchell Stark for 4, 8 for 210, and Jasprit Bumrah was run out by Manas Labuschagne, coming back for a second run for a duck, and it was 9 for 216, as the trainers are all out and about now with Ravi Jadeja looking at that left thumb.
Hit him right on that, quite sore because it'll hit the way the ball hit, his thumb was out, would have pushed it back. I don't know.
Oh, it's being tapped at. It's being squeezed rather forcefully. Don't know that I like any of that. On the SMS, 0467 920 222. Dave says, loving Grandstand's cricket coverage on a cold night in Atlanta. Georgia over there in the United States. A comforting distraction from all the COVID and other chaos over here right now. Gosh, you got a bit of that. A great Aussie fielding display. Thank you, Dave. Keen to know how many batsmen have been run out while batting with Jadeja in tests. Here's an easy one for Rick. 2 today, and he's captain last test as a starting point. P.S. Cheers for the awesome commentary from Nathan and Raja in Canberra.
I don't know if you can blame... You certainly can't blame the Ashwin run out on Jadeja, and you can't... And the Bumrah one, well, good piece of fielding, and I'm not sure you can blame them.
But I'm with you a little bit with the Bumrah one. He has to know that
he
that's
needs
2
to
off
know
the bat.
It's 2, 4, 6.
Yeah.
It's not... You know, and look, you'll get that wrong from time to time, but he didn't seem to be... He didn't seem to be hurtling up and down the field. The other thing that Jadeja is, then he probably doesn't realise, is he's far quicker between the wickets than everyone else in the team. He's very good between... He's a good athlete just in general.
Yeah.
So, you watch him run between the wickets, he's much quicker.
So he's getting taped around the thumb. 9 for 239. When Jadeja gets back at it, there'll be 2 balls to come of the Mitchell Stark over, who has 1 for 60 in his 19th over. India starting the day at 2 for 96, down by 242. And they went to lunch at 4 for 180, trailing by 158. And game so evenly poised.
He's done it.
You'd have to say Australia right on top at the moment as he continues to play with that thumb. And look, it's his left hand, which not only is going to affect his batting, but his finger spin bowling.
I don't think it's actually his thumb. I think it's down a bit further.
Yeah.
Whatever that bit. What's that bit there, Andrew?
The bit below the thumb. The bitba, it's called. Jadeja picks up his bat and attempts a few defensive strokes. G'day, Grandstand team. Absolutely loving the coverage as we spend the day driving home to Melbourne from Adelaide. We are wondering what lead Australia might be looking for at the conclusion of their second innings, says Lockie and Emily.
I think it'll be more time. I don't think they'll be particularly fussed about how many they are. I think at some stage between lunch and tea tomorrow is where they will want to be bowling in.
I think the question is, what's going to be a tough chase for India? Anything above 220 would be tough, won't it?
Yeah, I would have thought 220, 230 will be enough. So, but I think it'll be... That's where they'll end up getting 350 or something like that, and then bowling on the last day.
Okay. There you have it.
350. I'm going to say 350 is my number.
Guys, doing a few jobs on the farm before joining the wife and kids skiing on the river at Robinvale. I don't ski, but watch from a seat with an esky and listen to the great cricket coverage in the background. You got it made there, Merv. Thank you for your text.
Big Merv.
I don't know whether it's big Merv.
We don't know if it's... No, it wouldn't be that big Merv.
After hearing his dulcet tones for 4 days.
I was listening to him at Melbourne, yeah. I was in the car.
Good fun. He was came in, pinch hit. And it was fantastic. I used to love covering cricket as a very young bloke, and Merv down in front of Bay 13 doing his stretching exercises and all the carry-on, the licking of Alan Border's ear here.
Larger than life, isn't he?
Yep. India 9 for 239. Here we go. Jadeja's back. And there's cricket again. Mitchell Starc on his way. Bowls around the wicket. Jadeja flicks it through the hands of short leg. Labuschagne couldn't hold on. And there's no run as Starc works his way towards mid-on to pick up the ricochet on the bounce. Score remains 9 for 239.
Would have been a good catch. Went away very quickly. Labuschagne threw a hand out, right hand. And it just...
Oh, he did really well to get a touch.
Laid on it, wasn't he? It would have been a great catch.
Well, he was laid on it because the ball kind of flew off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now Labuschagne drops out, still with a helmet on, towards a mid-wicket, 15, 20 metres from the bat. There's a deep backward square. Finally, still plenty of room for Jadeja to get a single here off the last ball of the over.
Does he want a face with his thumb?
Starc bowls to Jadeja, short, and he goes the uppercut. The ball bounces to third man. Diving save by Nathan Lyon, the goat. And Ravi Jadeja literally walks a single. He will keep the strike. 9 for 240. That was a great bit of fielding, by the way, by Nathan Lyon after the Jadeja uppercut. 9 runs off the over and a sore hand. 9 for 240. They're trailing by 98. Jadeja 24 and Siraj 6.
It was a good shot, that. It got nice and up over the top of where second suit would be. Nathan Lyon, he's calling for a try. He's pointing to the spot. Good diving. Got the ball down.
Nice.
Very nice by Nathan. Good piece of fielding. Good athleticism out there on the deep. Jadeja's being really troubled by this finger. Marnus is chatting to him.
Well, this really puts India in a hole, depending on the seriousness of
he can't bowl.
Punt.
Well, he can't bowl. We got no wicket keeper.
No.
Who else can wicket keep? Rahane.
Can they bring in Saha, or is that only for concussions?
What about now? Here's one. What about if he ducks into one?
Well, we saw that. What happens in camp?
If he gets hit with a helmet, subbed out.
Yeah, done. But he hasn't been hitting the helmet at this point.
He maybe has to duck into one.
Jimmy?
They changed the rule 3 years ago after Mark Boucher almost lost his eye, remember?
Correct, yeah, good point.
That's right.
And a substitute fieldsman can substitute as a keeper, even if he's a wicket keeper.
Right. Yeah.
So Cameron Green bowls to Ashwin. Jadeja gives himself room, cuts it off the top edge. It was either going to be 4 or none. It's none because Pekovsky picks it up just inside the rope at third man. So the score remains 9 for 240. So if punt is unavailable, Ridham Saha would come in for him. If Jadeja's unavailable...
But punt can still bat if need be. He's not subbed out of the game. He just doesn't have to. He's just having a rest. He's just 12th duded.
12th duded. So now it's going to be Cameron Green bowling to Jadeja again, who is still being troubled by that hand just below the thumb.
They're going to go short.
And third man is very fine too, Pekovsky, waiting for that uppercut again. Here comes Green in search of a first test wicket bouncer. And Jadeja just sways out of the way. And through it goes to the keeper. Signalling to the dressing room again, Jadeja.
That's one gone. Go again.
So there's a fine third man, Pekovsky. There's the gully in Starc. There's a backward point on the rope.
He basically can't pitch the ball up, because as soon as he does, he's going to get whacked through cover.
Correct. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, deep backward square. And a fine leg.
You've got the world's biggest gully, bigger than Cameron Green at gully in Mitchell Starc.
Yes. Green on his way. Bowl to Jadeja, cuts, misses that time. That ball was not as short as the previous one, and through it goes to the keeper, Tim Paine, at 138 k an hour. India trailing by 98 at 9 for 240.
You know, Mitchell Starc used to be a wicketkeeper till he was about 18. It's all these pathways teams that they pick at different state levels, you know, the New South Wales 15s and the Victorian 13s, all that. It's all crap. Because half the kids don't play. You see it in junior cricket now. So they turn, I'm in the pathways. What pathway is that? The New South Wales pathway. 3 years later, they're not playing anymore.
Here's Green bowling to Jadeja. Short of a length, and he has to play at that one and can only defend off his toes down the pitch, metre or two. So the pathways, so why are we losing cricketers through that system?
Because you can't tell when they're 13. It's easy to actually pick under 13s kids. If you got them all lined up, you just pick the biggest 12, you go, right, you're in the team. That's the way, because the big kids dominate over the little kids. The problem with the big kids is they build no resilience in their game. And when it gets a bit harder as they get older, they all go to water, and the little kids team come through.
They get their revenge. Green, 2 balls left in the over. Into Jadeja. Jadeja works this off his body, and Siraj came down, throw at the stumps. That was nearly a 4th run out. The shy came from the fielder there at mid-wicket, Warner, and it missed. 9 for 240, 1 ball to come in the 100th over of the innings, and now Paine is summoning everyone in.
And they don't want a single here. They want Stark bowling at Siraj. I'm not sure Siraj wants any piece of Mitchell Stark. Doesn't want to go anywhere near him. The ball's hit the stumps. You just let it hit it and walk off.
I don't know that Ravi Jadeja does either after the previous over.
He's got more chance of hitting it, though,
yes,
I think.
I'm with you. So Warner now comes on the offside. What have we got? The third man is still back, and Paine, he's about just a bit over halfway to the fence. Gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep squares coming in, and there's a fine leg as well. So the old ring field here for Ravi Jadeja. In he comes Cameron Green. Bowling to Jadeja, who's on 24, and he's on the pull shot, and it goes over the head of square leg, through backward square. No one could see the ball, but I did in the end. It's 4, right between the members' stand and the ladies' pavilion, now known as the Jan McGrath stand for the day. Boundary for Jadeja, but that means Mohammad Siraj will be on strike. Jadeja 28, Siraj 6, 9 for 244. And Rick Finlay, you've actually got an answer to the amount of run-outs Jadeja's been involved in.
His last one was run out number 20, where he was involved. 7 times he's been run out, and 13 times now his partner.
That sounds like a lot.
2 to 1.
How many innings has he had?
He's currently, Ravi Jadeja, well, he's in his 51st test.
So he's had, say it's at 60.
75 or 70, 65.
It's a lot. That's a high percentage.
That's a huge percentage. So our listener was 100% correct.
I think a little bit's got to do with it. He's a bit quicker than most between the wickets, so he can get there and he doesn't quite realise that no one else can.
So now Pat Cummins is on in place of Mitchell Stark.
Starkey, you'd be ropeable if you're Starkey here, aren't you?
Well, I thought he had hands on hips, but that was Green at the gully. Standing at mid-on. Stark. His body language is okay.
You got Siraj on strike, and what you've toiled away, you've picked up a wicket, and then you don't get a chance to bowl to the bloke that can't bat.
So Siraj is slipping a gully, surrounded on the onside. He ducked before Cummins bowled that bouncer, I reckon, and it went through sky high over his head through to Tim Paine, and Siraj has a bit of a smile. 9 for 244. Do you
think it's a nervous smile?
Yes, I do. It's not a smile of a man.
Right, he did duck before that was bowled. Yep,
he knew. He knew. He knew.
He was down very early.
Ravi Jadeja is just having a chat to him, so just don't duck too quickly.
Yes, to watch the ball before he started.
Cummins was laughing at the end, saying, I saw you. So slip gully point, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg, short backward square, and a fine leg as Cummins bowls to Siraj. Gives himself room, cuts, misses. I'm not sure he got within a foot of it. He got closer to the square leg umpire, I reckon, than he did to hitting the ball. Taken by Tim Paine, 9 for 244. Tee as soon as the wicket falls.
Interesting stroke. The back away jump. It was actually both feet off the ground at the same time. Jump backwards and try and glide through the gully region. Now getting a fly slippy type fielder going in. Bowl the stumps here, Pat, and you might knock his castle over.
Well, the fielder's still heading down there. But Cummins is on his way. Bowls to Siraj, bouncer. And he ducked more traditionally this time, waiting for the ball to be bowled. And through it goes to Paine. Siraj is 6. He survived 8 deliveries to this point. Jadeja comes down, has another yak.
We've been fierce with the Indian batting, our bowling. It's been very high intent, a lot around the chest and above.
Well, it's had its rewards in not only the fact that they've kept things tight the whole way through, but Hunt struck on the elbow. Jadeja batting on despite discomfort being struck below the thumb on the left hand. Australia's lead is 94.
He's dropped the man out to square leg. I'm going to guess this is going to be a full Yorker. That's my guess.
In comes Cummins, bowls to Siraj, gives himself room, and he's beaten, or did he nick it? He nicked it. Well, no, he goes straight for the review. Immediately.
Siraj.
It wasn't the most convincing appeal of all time, and as soon as umpire Rifle gave him out, Siraj said, we'll challenge it.
Payne's picked up the helmet, so he's certain it. Payne's going to blow up if this is not out. He's going to go off.
Well, at least this isn't his decision to review.
Well, the Australians all think it's out.
They do. Siraj backed away. I think he missed that.
Looks like a little deflection there off the bat.
No. Well,
can I go offside hotspot, please? Nothing there on the hotspot, but can I go Snicko, please? RTS.
We're going RTS. What do you think?
Yes, definite spike.
Snickeroonie.
That's clear evidence to me that the ball's been hit. Stand by, I'll go back to Paul on field. Pistol, you're on screen, reconfirmed. Thank you.
Siraj continues his wonderful record of reviews. This time as a batsman, and he's out for 6. Cummins gets his 4th, and the Indians have been bowled out for 244, a 94-run lead for Australia on the first innings, and they lost 6 wickets after lunch.
Well, I'm speechless. I thought it was going to be a real long, hard afternoon and evening session for the Australians. There was not a lot in the wicket, but full credit, they took the new ball. The new ball, as we've seen all match, just does enough to keep the batsmen honest, and they picked up a couple of wickets. There was a run out in there as well, a run out of 2 in there, which didn't help the Indians' cause. But full credit to the Australians. I thought they were fast, they were nasty when they needed to be, they were full when they needed to be, and they got it exactly right. And we've talked a lot about this foursome with Nathan Lyon and how good a unit they are as a bowling unit, and I think it's fair to say they're as good as any of the Australian tacks that have played for the last 30, 40 years, and they'll go down as some of the great bowlers for Australia. But here today, they've absolutely done a job on the Indians. 10 for 244. Jadeja remains 28 not out. Pat Cummins 4 for 29, Josh Hazlewood 2 for 43, Mitchell Starc picked up a wicket 1 for 61. Thought Nathan Lyon probably deserves a lot of credit. He didn't pick up a wicket, but I thought he bowled really well, nice and tight, not a lot on offer for the Indian batsmen, really frustrated them. And Pujara, whilst he batted for long periods of time, really found it hard to score at different stages. And the Australians now well on top in the match, 90-odd run lead. They'll go out and bat, and they'll bat for a period of time and try and set India a formidable total on the final session tomorrow and then early on Friday. If they bat well. The Indians, well, they've got to bat. They've got to now come out and bowl well, haven't they? They've got to find a way to restrict Australia to 150 or so. If they can do that, they'll keep themselves in the game.
All out, 244, the call of the card for the Indian first innings. Yesterday, Rohit Sharma caught and bowled Hazlewood 26. Shubman Gill caught green, bowled Pat Cummins for 50. Resuming on 2 for 96, Ajinkya Rahane bowled by Pat Cummins for 22. And Hanura Bahari run out by Hazlewood for 4. And at lunch, India was 4 for 180 with Pujara 42 and Rishabh Pant on 29. Punt went caught Warner at first slip off Hazlewood for 36 from 67 deliveries. Cheteshwar Pujara, just after bringing up his half-century, was caught behind off Pat Cummins for 50 off 176 balls with 5 fours. Ravi Ashwin was run out by Pat Cummins for 10. And then Navdeep Saini caught Wade at bat off Mitchell Starc for 4. Jasprit Bumrah run out by Manas Labuschagne for a duck. Mohammad Siraj caught Paine bowled Cummins for 6. And Ravi Jadeja 28 not out from 37 deliveries with 5 boundaries as Riddiman Saha is warming up with the gloves on and not Rishabh Pant. 9 extras from 5 wides, 2 no balls and 2 leg byes, all out after 100.4 overs for 244. The bowling figures: Mitchell Starc, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 61. Josh Hazlewood, 21 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 43. Pat Cummins, 21.4 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 29. Nathan Lyon, 31 overs, 8 maidens, no wicket for 87. Manas Labuschagne, 3 overs for 11. And Cameron Green, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 11. So play to resume at 3:35 p.m. local time. It is tea, and in reply to Australia's first innings of 338, India has been bowled out for 244. Jim Maxwell to pick up play for the start of Australia's second innings after tea. But right now, as we head to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Federal opposition leader Anthony Albanese remains in Sydney's Royal Prince Alfred Hospital following a car accident in the city's inner west yesterday afternoon. Emergency services were called to Hill Street in Marrickville at about 5 p.m. after receiving reports of a crash. A spokesman for Mr Albanese says his condition is more complex than originally thought and he remains under observation. Doctors are working to determine if the Labor leader has suffered any internal injuries, but he could be ready to be released from hospital as early as today. The Victorian government says it's working with Queensland health authorities after a traveller tested positive following hotel quarantine in Melbourne. The woman flew to Melbourne on Boxing Day from London and tested positive to the new UK strain of the virus in hotel quarantine. She was cleared by Victorian health authorities and released from quarantine 10 days later, but she tested positive again after flying to Queensland on Tuesday. The Victorian Health Minister, Martin Foley, says the woman isn't believed to be infectious and he supports Queensland's cautious approach.
As a result of AHPPC and National Cabinet determinations, now up to, I think, about day 15 of her having tested positive, now being retested out of an abundance of caution, and we are cooperating with our friends from Queensland.
2 men have been given on-the-spot fines for breaching strict health directives in Brisbane overnight. Police say the pair had ignored the stay-at-home order and have each received a $1,300 penalty infringement notice. New South Wales has recorded 1 new locally acquired coronavirus case in the past 24 hours. The case is linked to the Barella cluster in Sydney's west, which now totals 21. Residents in the northern zone of Sydney's northern beaches will come out of lockdown at midnight. The Premier Gladys Berejiklian has thanked the region for its cooperation over the past 3 weeks.
We're grateful that that cluster is in the main under control, but we still have to maintain our vigilance. We do still have restrictions in place throughout Greater Sydney, and it's extremely important that all of us maintain those restrictions.
Western Australia has recorded 1 new case of COVID-19. An overseas traveller tested positive after returning from India and is in hotel quarantine. The Premier Mark McGowan says testing at COVID clinics has been ramped up. He says more than 3,000 people were tested yesterday, one of the busiest days of testing so far. A major incident has been declared in London as the UK recorded more than 1,300 coronavirus deaths in a single day, the highest tally yet. Europe correspondent Samantha Hawley has the details.
London's Mayor Sadiq Khan declared the major incident because of the rapid spread of COVID-19, with the number of cases now exceeding 1,000 per 100,000 people.
I'm afraid this virus is out of control.
He says there are now 35% more people in hospital than during the April peak, and firefighters have been called in to drive ambulances. It comes as the British regulator approved a third vaccine, although the nation won't receive the Moderna jab until the end of March. Samantha Hawley, ABC News, London.
US President-elect Joe Biden says he's glad that President Donald Trump won't be attending his inauguration in 12 days' time. Mr. Trump has announced on Twitter that he will not attend the ceremony, making him the first president in more than 150 years not to be present when his successor is sworn in. There's speculation Mr. Trump may even leave the White House early and spend the last few days of his presidency in Florida. Mr. Biden says he won't miss Mr. Trump on January the 20th.
That's what I am looking forward to, him leaving office. I was told that on the way over here, that he indicated he wasn't going to show up at the inauguration. One of the few things he and I have ever agreed on. It's a good thing I'm not showing up.
The government is standing by its decision to censor sections of an Auditor General's report which criticised the Defence Department's handling of a $1.3 billion military contract. In 2018, Attorney General Christian Porter agreed to a request from French multinational arms company Thales to remove some paragraphs of the scathing assessment of the Hawkeye project. The Administrative Appeals Tribunal has now agreed to a request from independent Senator Rex Patrick to release the document in full. Acting Attorney General Peter Dutton says all security, defence and international relations issues were carefully balanced before a decision was made to redact a small amount of the report. This is ABC News.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Miff Warhurst and Zan Rowe for Bang On as they unpack the week in music, art and culture.
This article broke me this week. Where was the editor in this?
Or step into someone else's shoes with Conversations. Sarah Konoski and Richard Feidler delve into the lives of ordinary people doing incredible things.
James is an English farmer. His family has been farming for hundreds of years.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Download for free today.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Nathan Lyon bowls to Bahar. He's down the track and drives. Can he beat mid-off? No. Great stop by Hazelwood. And there's a run out. Bahari set off with a stroke, assuming that the ball was going to beat Hazelwood. It did not. And Hazelwood on the ground fires at the stumps and hits them. Bahari run out for 4.
He runs in, he pitches up, and he's driven wide a bit off for a quick single. As Cummins hurls him back and hits the stumps on the field for a run out. He was certainly slow to back up there, Ashwin. And a very good throw has given Australia confidence that they've secured a run out here. The bails have been broken with his bat short of the line.
Stark is in again. It's flicked away by Jadeja into the onside. It beats short leg. They're looking for a second. Have to be quick. Jadeja is the man. He's throwing Bumrah to the danger end and he's run out, I think. What a magnificent piece of fielding by Labuschagne from short leg, and Bumrah is striding off. We won't even need the third umpire.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Tea on day 3 from the SCG. Jay McGrath Day, as is always the case in the third test between Australia and India, with the series tied at 1-1. Australia swinging the match their way after India were all out for 244. Australia with a lead of 94 runs. Pat Cummins, the pick of the Australian bowlers, with 4 for 29. India having started the day at 2 for 96. They're at lunch 4 for 180, losing 6 for 64 in that second session. 3 batsmen run out, as you heard in the highlights there, and news coming through that we're expecting Saha likely to keep in the second innings following the injury to Richard Pant. Matt Clinch with you in the grandstand studio. Plenty of action happening in that middle session. Australian captain Tim Paine could also find himself in hot water after unleashing an expletive rant at umpire Paul Wilson over the Test cricket review system, asking for some more consistency following no spike, or a spike coming up on the Snicko, but no support in the hot spot following the review of Pujara. So if the incident earns the attention of the match referee David Boone, Paine could see himself fined. Coming up in the BBL later on tonight, the top of the table, Sydney Thunder facing off against the Perth Scorchers, that match from Perth Stadium. The Thunder with 6 wins from their 8 matches, while Perth recorded their 3rd win following an 86-run victory over the Sydney Sixers on Wednesday night. That was led by Mitch Marsh as player of the match, 75 unbeaten from 27 deliveries. Last night, it was Afghanistan veteran Mohammad Nabi who powered the Melbourne Renegades to a thrilling 6-wicket victory over the Adelaide Strikers, snapping a 7-game losing streak and keeping the club's faint BBL finals hopes alive. The Renegades now 2 wins and 7 losses. They were on the bottom of the table, but have mathematically a chance of qualifying for the playoffs if they could get all the results to go their way. Nabi, the 36-year-old all-rounder, belted 71 not out from 41 deliveries, with great support from Jake Fraser-McGurk, 29 not out from 23, to guide the Renegades past Adelaide 7 for 177. Phil Salt top scoring for the Adelaide Strikers. In A-League soccer, the Western Sydney Wanderers claimed their first win of the season with a 2-1 victory over the Newcastle Jets in Newcastle. Goals to Ziggy Gordon and Tate Russell had the Wanderers cruising, but a late goal to Nigel Bogart set up a tense finish. The win lifts the Wanderers to 5th place, while the Jets remain in last spot with 2 losses. This afternoon, Macarthur takes on the Wellington Phoenix. Meanwhile, in women's soccer, Sydney FC have moved to 2nd place in the W League after a 2-1 victory over the Newcastle Jets in Newcastle. The Sky Blues women side overcame a slow start after the Jets opened the scoring through Tara Andrews just before half-time, but Sydney FC hit back after the break with 2 stunning strikes from Taylor Ray and Rachel Lowe. The Sky Blues have opened their season with 2 straight wins, while the Jets remain last with 2 losses. Tonight, Adelaide United, the Reds, take on the Perth Glory. In tennis, Serena Williams, Rafael Nadal, Naomi Osaka and Novak Djokovic will be some of the world's top tennis players who could be heading to Adelaide at the end of the month to the Memorial Drive Thrive. It's part of South Australia Government's deal with Tennis Australia to host and quarantine 50 of the 1,200 international arrivals ahead of the Australian Open. Meanwhile, Ayat Tomljanovic has been knocked out of the WTA event in Abu Dhabi. Australia's number 2 ranked woman was beaten by 7-5, 6-4 by Anya Salikvi. Meanwhile, Australian Open defending champion Sophia Kenner is through to the round of 16 at the tournament. Meanwhile, in the NBA, for the first time, the Ball Show was in action in the NBA as number 2 pick of the 2017 Lonzo Ball and the number 3 of last year's draft LaMelo Ball came together for the first time in the NBA. It was the older of the siblings, LaMelo, younger should I say, the Hornets took the win 118 to the New Orleans Pelicans 110. Meanwhile, in the world of coronavirus, the challenges with professional sport, the Philadelphia 76ers have won 7 of their opening 9 games, but they're in all sorts of problems for their next game after Seth Curry had a mid-game positive test. He was sitting on the bench due to injury in their loss against Brooklyn, but as the news came through, he's sitting next to assistant coaches, and he was sent into isolation following the positive result. After the match, news came through that contact tracing had left just 7 of the Philadelphia players available for their next game against Denver. So we're expecting that game to be postponed. Let's now take you back to the SCG. So after India were all out for 244, Australia leading by 94 runs. Pat Cummins, the pick of the bowlers with 4 for 29. Don't forget, of course, Grandstand at Stumps, the podcast available via wherever you collect your podcasts online. You can listen back to the analysis and interviews at the end of the day's play with Andrew Moore. Listen back to the analysis and interviews at the end of the day's play with Andrew Moore and our experts team. Of course, our ABC website also has all the interviews uploaded, abc.net.au/grandstand. But let's take you back to our team in position. Very good afternoon to Jim Maxwell and Alex Blackwell.
Thank you, Matt. And it's been a very good day of Test cricket, certainly from Australia's viewpoint, winkling their way through this Indian batting lineup with some very disciplined bowling and inflicting a few blows, Alex Blackwell, on the Indian batsman. Jadeja whacked on the thumb and the wicketkeeper punt hit on the elbow. So it means under the law that was changed a few years ago that India can sub the wicketkeeper with another wicketkeeper, unlike the old days when someone was the plucky to do the job.
Yes, Jim, that's a surprising rule for me. I wasn't aware of that. So that obviously helps India in some ways, although, of course, you don't wish an injury on anyone. Punt got one in the elbow, and he will likely spend time off the field. And Saha, who's a more recognised wicketkeeper, coming into the Indian side, you'd expect. So with spin doing the damage to Jadeja, 4 wickets in the first innings, you'd expect both Jadeja and Ashwin to feature highly on this day 3 pitch. It's starting to have a little bit of variable bounce. We haven't seen a whole lot of turn, but we'll have to wait and see for Jadeja and Ashwin.
I just wonder if these changes that we've had around the shape of cricket and the substitute rule are going to be extended as we move on to the so-called modern era. I mean, every year is a modern era, I suppose, but we now have concussion substitutes. We're able to have wicket-keeping substitutes. I mean, how far can you go with this and keep control over it so, well, obviously it doesn't get abused. You don't want that. But should bowlers be substituted if they get an injury of any sort during the game?
Well, we have seen in BBL the X-Factor player where you can substitute a player if they haven't bowled more than an over at the halfway mark in an innings. I don't see anything like that coming into Test cricket, but we do see Jadeja. He did get a ball to the thumb while batting, so hopefully he's able to bowl his overs. He was fantastic to watch in the first innings, and Australia struggled against him. But, yeah, I think he should be able to carry on.
So the Indian players are in a huddle. The chaps with the hats have arrived on the ground and they're making their way out to the middle. And Australia have got a handy lead now. How quickly can they force the game along here to get to a position of having India bat again? And I don't want to be jumping the gun. You never know. Australia trying to force the pace, as you'd imagine they will, could get bowled out.
Yeah, I think Australia will be rather aggressive in their approach. Time is what they need to win this Test match. They're 94 runs ahead going into their second innings, so they'll want to score at a good rate, perhaps have at least a session at India tomorrow and then a whole day to try and get them out on the final day. So I think with Pucovski, he's buoyed by his first effort in Test cricket, 62 in the first innings. I thought he was terrific. And Davey Warner as well, as energetic as ever, started off the innings with good energy, so he'll do the same today.
Now the scoreboard tells me overs remaining 42. So the scheduled close of play is 6 o'clock, I think, at this stage. 5:30 and then on till 6 to bowl the overs. Well, I'll be very surprised if they can bowl 42 overs, as it's now 25-4 by then. But anyway, we'll see what happens. So 42 overs. If Australia gets 42 overs, you'd imagine they'd be 120 or thereabouts added on to 90. They should be over 200 ahead with 2 days to go.
Yeah, and I think that puts them in a commanding position. Australia obviously would like to win this Test match. It's 1-1 at the moment. A drawn series would see the Border Gavaskar Trophy remain in India's hands. So they're in a very good position to force a win at the SCG, the final Test at the Gabba. Obviously, Australia have a good record there, but in such a commanding position at the SCG, I think they won't want to miss this opportunity.
So Saha's out there substituting for Pant, who apparently has been taken to hospital for scans to that wounded left elbow. He was cracked on the elbow by a short ball from Pat Cummins during his innings. So we're about to get underway. A few more messages coming through to us at Grandstand from Janet and Lee, Sal and Lisa. Listening to your coverage on the back deck in Currarong. Made a bat from a spare plank of wood so we can finish the day with some beach cricket. Enjoy that. I remember it well with the youngsters. So much fun. It's not so much fun when Jasprit Bumrah's got a six-stitcher in his hand, though. He can knock you over in both ways. Stumps, pads, court, or wound you with a short lifting ball. And this is going to be another interesting little period of the game with David Warner out there, and he is going to take the first ball this time.
Yeah, I think this is positioned beautifully for David Warner, who will be encouraged to continue what he always does. He goes out there as an aggressive opener to score runs and be very busy. His running between wickets hasn't looked impacted with his return from a groin strain, which is good signs for him, because that is such an important part of his ability to get going, get his innings started.
So Australia with this handy lead of 94. Some magnificent bowling from Pat Cummins in particular, and some superb fielding. 3 run-outs in the innings. And Jadeja remained not out after getting a blow on the thumb that took a bit of time to sort out. So here we are with Jasprit Bumrah on his way. Bowls to Warner, and Warner turns him down to fine leg and glides off for a single. As that was easy enough to get away. In fact, it's a leg by, so there you go. He's not off the mark. But it's none for one. And the debutante, Will Pucovski, will be on strike. This will be an interesting little period. I'm sure he'll be tested in many ways, but I wonder how many short, bouncing balls Bumrah will aim at him.
Well, Will Pucovski, he did a great job in his first effort in Test cricket. He took the first ball, opening the batting in the first innings, and unfortunately there was a big rain delay that halted his progression in his first innings. So sunshine, he could be out there for a few hours if he bats in a similar way.
So Bumrah goes in, Pucovski lets it go. It pitched outside the line and went away after passing the bat towards the slip cordon with 2 slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. No manning close, just a mid-wicket and a fine leg. Just the ring field, the field that you often used to see at the start of a test match. Maybe a third slip without the cover, but not very often a bat pad going back some years ago. Bumrah Rob bowls in now outside that off stump. Again, Pukovsky standing straight and watching it go through. His judgment in the first innings was pretty good on playing and leaving.
It's some skill that Bumrah has with his slinging action, angling into the right-hander, really, but that ability to still swing the ball away, and really it's quite late swing, especially with the new ball. He does a great job just keeping the batters guessing whether it's going to jag back off the seam into them or swing away.
Here's Bumrah bowling, pitching up. Forward goes Pukovsky over the line of it, well, head right over, and sending it out on the offside into the covers. So the immediate difference is palpable with wicketkeeper. Saha's only taken a couple of balls, but he just looks so much more the part. Looks more of a wicketkeeper than Pant. And that's the reputation, of course, as he bowls again. And back goes Pukovsky and defends the ball away out into the covers. So Australia enjoying a good position in the game. Can they force the issue here? Plenty of time left today, and then 2 more days with a 10 o'clock start again tomorrow morning.
95 runs ahead, Jim, so they're in a very strong position. Got the remainder of the day, a final session to bat today. Good conditions.
Bumrah shuffles up and bowls it with Pukovsky. Pulls the short ball down. Pulls it pretty well. It's running out of the boundary at square leg, and he's off the mark with an excellent stroke. He tested him on the short ball, and he stood up and watched it and played it away in front of his eyes, pulling it down and pulling it out to the square leg boundary to open his account. None for 5. Pukovsky with an excellent boundary is 4, and Warner yet to score.
Well, Pukovsky would have done so much work in preparation for his test debut, preparing for short pitch bowling because of his history of 9 concussions in his short career. He's just 22 years of age, so he's succumbed to a few head knocks. But he's handled those short balls beautifully. And India, surprisingly in the first innings, didn't trouble him too much and too often with the short ball. But we see one in the first over, and Pukovsky gets a beautiful boundary to open his account.
So down at the southern or Randwick end of the grounds, and Siraj will have the new ball alongside Jasprit Bumrah, and Warner can see 2 slips and a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. So he's still on naught. There was a leg by in the previous over, and Siraj runs in. Warner is back and just keeps it out of his stumps as he gets in behind it. So important for Warner, not just from the team perspective, which is the main thing, of course, to get some runs, but for himself, just to get into a bit of nick, because he hasn't had an innings of any sort for 7 weeks. He was out pretty quickly in the first innings, caught and slipped flashing at a ball outside the off stump from Siraj. Now Siraj goes in, he bowls to Warner, Warner's back, and he jumps a little in the air as he plays that ball away out on the offside, and he's always fiddling around with his gloves. So I'm sure he wasn't inconvenienced. He's just doing his waggle. He's in between shuffle of mucking around with those gloves. Every batsman has some little mannerism or idiosyncrasy to set themselves up for the next ball. And Warner looks towards Siraj, who runs in, and he's forward and he's defending. Another accurate delivery from Siraj. He's been very impressive in his brief test career so far. 5 wickets on debut in Melbourne, and followed it up with some eager, sharpish bowling in the first inning.
Yeah, he's been impressive, and he's someone who he looks hungry. He looks ready to get the ball at any moment. But opening the bowling for India, it's a big responsibility.
He goes in again, and Warner's packed up in defence. No up volley there. He got in behind the line of it and played it down the pitch. I wonder when the flirt ball will come along for Warner to have a dip at.
That's right, the flirt ball just wide of the off stump, which Warner fell for in the first innings. He loves to strike the ball through that forward of point region to get going. But it's been tight lines, very good circumspect batting at the moment.
None for 5 Australia. Siraj goes in. Warner's beaten outside the off stump. He just pushed at the line. Good bowling from the young fast bowler, getting across his bows and just past the edge of the bat. So Warner, I don't think he's particularly worried about where his first run is coming from, other than the fact he'd like to get one somehow. He's normally a cool hand out there, but Siraj is testing him with some accurate bowling and just probing for the outside edge. Siraj is in. Warner's back, and he clips it with mistiming off the back foot straight to Ashwin down there at mid-off. A maiden over. Australia none for 5, leading by 94 on the first innings. Another superb all-round bowling and fielding performance from Australia, which featured an amazing run-out from Josh Hazlewood, then another amazing run-out from Labuschagne.
Yeah, absolutely, and the third run-out being from Cummins, and I thought that the fielding from both teams has been impressive. It's been about discipline with the ball, straight plans, straight fields, trying to keep batters on strike. And we've seen 4 run-outs in the match so far. You recall that the run-out Jadeja executed to dismiss Smith on 131 to end Australia's first innings. It was what Jadeja rates as the best run-out he's ever executed, which is saying something because he's a fantastic fielder.
Now, Paul Wilson's come all the way down here to the boundary. I think he's looking for something from the groundsman's shed, maybe a hammer. He's fiddling away with the spot where the front foot lands. He can't rouse anyone at the moment, but he's standing down there at the fence talking to one of the ground staff beyond and asking, I think, for someone to come out and do a bit of bashing of that area where the front foot lands. They're all out there doing a little tread-ins on the line of the crease. So that seems to be the issue at the moment as we wait from some assistance. Claire Polisak's coming across to help out, and I think Paul Wilson indicating that if I had a hammer in the morning, that's what we need out there to bash down that area where the bowler's front foot is landing. Someone's coming to the rescue.
Yep, the hammer of choice is a sledgehammer, and they don't use the end of the sledgehammer. They use the base of the head just to flatten out the footmarks. Obviously, Bumrah's struggling a little bit on landing. It's unfortunate this has taken a little bit of time. The openers will have to set themselves again. Received a drink.
You'd think in the modern game with all the communication available that instead of walking all the way down there, the umpire would be able to get a message via an intermediary or someone to that effect, to get someone to come out and do what's happening now. Because, again, it wastes a few more minutes. We've had plenty of loss of time today with players getting injured. Pant first, then Jadeja. Must have lost at least 10 to 15 minutes around those interruptions. Not much you can do about people getting injured, but in this situation, as he bangs away with the bottom of a sledgehammer, and the chap from the shed downstairs is going to do likewise at the other end. You can hear a bit of banging away at the crease line on the popping crease to try and make sure it is firm enough. It's so different from England. I know the soil's different composition there. But at the end of every day in Test matches, they come out and they fill it in with quick drying cement, soil or whatever, which gets kicked out over the period of the next day. But there's always something sort of fill in there to avoid people going over and breaking their ankle, which used to happen a bit more in England than it does today with soft pitches. But they don't do that here. They don't fill in. They just let it go. Anyway, he's done his bashing, and hopefully that does the trick. None for 5. And Pukovsky, after that little delay of a couple of minutes, will be facing Jasprit Bumrah. He whacked him for a very good boundary at the end of the previous over. Whoops. It's the old bird. Yeah, the shadow, the distraction was there, and Pukovsky saw it and said, can you get rid of that thing, please? Get it out of my line of sight. And it's been removed. Bumrah charges in and bowls right on the stumps, and it's played very nicely and neatly by Pukovsky down to mid-on.
Yeah, well, Pukovsky was just put off by Spider-Cam, who was hovering straight down the pitch near the sight screen. So pulled away, just making sure nothing's distracted him. He's already had to wait a little bit, but he looks the part, doesn't he, Will Pukovsky? 62 in the first innings on debut. He'll want to extend that.
In goes Bumrah, pitching up, and he waits and pushes carefully back down the pitch. It's interesting to watch his setup. You can see all 3 stumps. I assume he's taking guard on leg stump. But as the bowler arrives, he sort of stutters, hovers across more towards the off stump.
It seems to be a common method for top order batters, that sort of premeditation across the stumps so that their eye line is on the line of off stump.
Bumrah bowls and he's back and he's playing a beautiful shot through the offside. A good hard clip off the back foot. Well, that was the shot of a very good player. There was hardly any movement. His head was still. The ball was just a fraction short, and he played it very tidily and easily away through the offside to the cover boundary.
Well, we've commented a bit about these 2 young openers, Will Pukovsky and Shubman Gill, and both of them have this crisp sound off their bat. He's almost immediately forced a field change, but no, the deep point has come back in.
None for 9. Pukovsky 8 with 2 boundaries. Bumrah moves in towards him. He walks across and plays defensively. Again, right out and over the ball. It's a picture to describe Pukovsky because he's so much in control as he likes to have a meander between balls and he wanders out towards square leg. But when he plays, everything looks to be absolutely in order, in synchronicity. In goes Bumrah, pitching up once more. He's forward and just bumps it out on the offside.
Well, we saw the square leg fielder be pushed back for that ball, and Bumrah might have challenged with a short ball, and it was more of a bluff on this occasion. Another ball to come forward to. Will Pukovsky will know that the short ball will be coming. He had one last over from Bumrah and he managed to get it for 4, but now there's a fielder in that position.
None for 9. Bumrah moves in. Pukovsky walks across and defends right out and over the ball. So the pitch certainly looks to be at its friendliest at the moment, and Bumrah just pumping away at the off stump. So Andrew Moore's going to come in and join Alex with Australia. None for 9.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Jimmy. The lead for Australia, 103. As the Australians none for 9 in their second innings, it'll be Dave Warner on strike to Mohammad Siraj with 2 slips a gully, point Cover point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. Siraj bowls and Warner to a ball that kept low, cut in half. And the ball just missed off stump as it's taken by Ridham Saha, the fill-in keeper, while Rishabh Pant is off for scans. And yeah, that did keep low. Warner jumped up in the air, Alex, looking most awkward playing that.
Well, that's 2 balls now, one from each end, that have kept low, and Australia won't be too worried. They won't be as worried as India, who have to bat last on this pitch. Australia currently 103 runs ahead with all 10 wickets intact.
Here comes Siraj, bowling to Warner, who's on the drive. Can he beat mid-off? No. Well fielded by Ravi Ashwin. Dot ball. Ashwin moving to his right. No wicket for 9. Warner yet to get off the mark from the 9 deliveries he's faced.
Well, he'll feel so at home here at the SCG. Yeah, he didn't get runs in the first innings, just 6 runs. He looked busy. He looked ready to start where he left off. Last Test match here, he got a second innings 100 against New Zealand, so he's had a few very standout moments at this venue.
Siraj to Warner. He can't get off the mark here as he plays it towards cover point. And there's no run again. Score remains no wicket for 9. Australia in its second innings after bowling out India for 244. With Pat Cummins 4 for 29. Josh Hazlewood 2 for 43. Mitchell Stark 1 for 61. And run-out's got a 3 for. 2 injuries to Punt and Jadeja. Neither are on the field. Mayank Agarwal is out there in place of Jadeja. Siraj to Warner. This time he allows it to pass. Ball angled across his body. And through it goes to the keeper, Saha. Dave Warner, just in Australia alone, averages 65 in Test cricket.
Well, I'd be interested to know his averages on this venue. When you think of the standout moments he's had out in the middle here at the SCG, when he got 100 in the first session, a 78-ball ton. He passed 100 after 78 balls. A ton before lunch.
That was amazing.
And that was in 2017 against Pakistan.
Siraj bowls to Warner. He cuts it, beats the field this time. He gets 1, will get at least a couple of runs. The ball's picked up about 10 metres inside the rope by Agarwal, and 2 for Warner. So he's a couple. And Australia no wicket for 11 in its second innings. Rick Finlay will have the answer. We'll go to Rick at the end of the over for Warner's figures here at the SCG. On the SMS, Alex, how much do bowling marks impact batsmen for uneven batting stance?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because I think your bowling, or the bowling marks, shouldn't really be too much where you're standing. But sometimes marking centre creates a bit of a crater, exactly where you want to stand.
Siraj, with 2 slips in the gully, bowls to Warner, who gets a run to mid-wicket. The mid-on fieldsman, Saini, moves to his left. And Warner was quick off the mark. So he moves to 3. That ends the over. Siraj, 2 overs are made, none for 3. Australia no wicket for 12, leading by 106. Warner will keep the strike. He used 3. And Will Bukowski not out on 8. G'day, guys and gals. Great call with the cricket. Happy New Year to you all. I'd like to pay homage and respect to Steve Smith. What a true champion. Good on you, Steve, and well done. You're an inspiration to all people who are down and out right now, especially during this coronavirus period. That's nice from Tony. Hi team, listening to your coverage on the back deck in Currarong. Made a bat from a spare plank of wood so we can finish the day with some beach cricket. And that's Janet, Ann, Lee, Sal and Lisa. Fantastic. I'd be fielding in the water.
Well, good luck to the beach cricket there. That sounds fantastic.
Meanwhile, here at the SCG on a beach-like day, we're overdue. Bumrah will come around the wicket to Warner, who's scratching out his guard. There's 2 slips of gully point. Again, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg. As Bumrah starting his 3rd over. He's on his way, but Warner is not ready. He just puts his hand up like a traffic cop. And Bumrah almost reluctantly turns and heads back to his mark. Bumrah bowled so beautifully with the second new ball on day 1. In fact, day 2, wasn't it? Yesterday. So many overs being bowled after the rain-shortened first day. 98 in the day, and we still have 38 to go. So we're here till 6 p.m. for sure. Bumrah around the wicket. In he comes now to start the over to Warner, and Warner's forward, getting a thickish inside edge as the ball runs to square leg. And there's no run.
Yeah, well, Warner's being very patient here. Just 3 runs at the moment. a couple of edgy shots. He'll be wanting to push on here. While the wicket isn't doing too many tricks, we've seen 2 balls keep low. It's just going to get worse throughout the day and then into the next 2 days. So conditions are favourable at the moment for Australia and the batters.
Rick's got an answer for us in a moment as in comes Bumrah. Bowls to Warner again, and Warner's defending and turns it backward of square. Chase for Agarwal. Past the umpire rifle. They have one and come back for a second. Agarwal picks it up in front of the boundary. So 2 more to Warner. He's 5, and Australia no wicket for 14. Rick, Dave Warner's figures at this ground in Test cricket.
He averages 66.5 here, and that you might seem that's quite high, but he's actually averages higher at Adelaide and Perth, both over 80. That's the Wacker, and also the Gabba, 68.
Well, that's interesting, yeah. And Adelaide would have been enhanced with his 335 not out last summer against Pakistan. But an average of 60... Sorry?
Yes, that was instrumental in getting his average up to 80.38 for that venue.
Yeah, pretty fair. Here's Bumrah bowling to Warner, and Warner's nicking this one, but with soft hands. And it's taken low to his left at second slip by Sharma.
Educated edge there, just dropping the hands on it. If he went hard at it, might have had a chance to carry to second slip Sharma, but just soft hands there. Well done to Warner. He's doing the hard yards at the moment.
Pujara first slip, Rohit Sharma second, Rahane in the gully where he prefers for the pace bowling. Saini at point, Bahari at cover point. Mid-off as well as Siraj as Warner plays this one down to Ashwin at mid-on, and there's no run. Agarwal's down at square leg, and in fact it's Siraj right down there at fine leg. So it's Saini at mid-off, and at point is Shubnam Gill.
So I just wonder if Bumrah feels he can get all modes of dismissal into play by coming around the wicket to Warner. Perhaps it brings in LBW a little bit more, especially if he looks to pad up.
It's Bumrah into Warner, taps the bat and then plays it off his hip straight to Agarwal at square leg though, and there's no run, as you may have heard in the sound effects microphone very succinctly from Dave Warner. Just wave to the Brawongle stand, Alex. Louise is listening over there, listening in the Brawongle stand, enjoying it. Hi, Louise.
Hey, Louise.
Hope you're having a good day.
And wearing pink, I hope.
I'm sure. It's a sea of pink over there at the social distance. There's a lot of creativity with the pink around the place too. Just had a little wander out the back, and it's a great sight. It's a shame there's only 8,662 here instead of 40,000. Such is modern life. Bumrah bowls to Warner. Good bouncer, and Warner goes down on one knee to evade it. It goes through to the keeper, Sahar, and that ends the 5th over of the Australian second innings. No wicket for 14. Warner 5, Pekovsky 8. The lead is 108, and Bumrah 3 overs. No wicket for 10. Afternoon all, loving the call, loving this battle between two great teams, entertaining me while working out in the Pilbara. Thank you for that. 0467 920 222. Enjoying your cricket commentary while in lockdown during an overcast Redland Bay day. How come on the ground staff use the sledgehammer to compact the bowler's crease? The target doesn't turn to powder after being hammered. Thank you for the question, George. I'll put that to Trent Copeland because I'm sure he's waited for the groundsman to whack that return crease into line. And another says, this will be a dream. Australia head by 200 at the close of play. It won't be easy to bat facing Jadeja and Ashwin. Well, I don't think they're going to be facing Jadeja. He's off the field after being struck in the hand. Siraj bowls to Pekovsky, who's forward, defending back down the pitch. Siraj picks up in his follow-through. Alex Blackwell out. Trent Copeland in. Hello again, Trent.
Hello, Andrew. How are you?
Very formal. Love it. But before we get to that question about hammering the footmarks, the complexion of this game has just turned on its head, hasn't it, in the last few hours?
Since I was last on air, it really, really has. At that stage, Pujara was still well entrenched. The 2 wickets in the 2 overs, for me, were the big wickets in the context of the game, and the 3 run-outs, really. That's what's changed it. And think about this whole series, though. Rahane and Kohli batting together in Adelaide. Kohli gets run out. It's changed the series.
Siraj is in. A pull shot by Pekovsky, and he struck on the body. Maybe that ball didn't get up either as much as he anticipated. And Siraj sprints in to pick it up, and he's followed through, no run. Yeah, run-outs have been crucial. That was so big on that first day with Coley fighting his way into the 70s, starting to get some fluency. Just the determination to survive until the new ball was palpable. And Rahane ran him out. Hit it straight to Hazelwood, called for the run, set off, and then said, oops, sorry about that, Skip. And he's run out easily. Hazelwood didn't have to work as hard then as he did today with his spectacular run out of Bahari. Pekovsky will get a run as he punches this ball off the back foot through mid-wicket. Ravi Ashwin at mid-on chases, and Warner quickly hurries him back for a second run. Great running by Dave Warner. Pekovsky moves to double figures. He's 10, and Australia no wicket for 16 in its second innings. So the question about when the ground staff come out and hammer the foot marks, how it doesn't turn to powder, because they do give it a belting. So, A, what are you trying to achieve, and what difference does it make in your experience?
Well, that might give you a little bit of an understanding on just how hard the surface is. Underneath what looks like a grassy surface is basically like concrete, particularly here at the SCG. And the use of the sledgehammer is when bowlers are smacking down on that front line, dragging spikes in and out of it. Think of it like a gravel road, digging a hole occasionally.
As Siraj bowls to Pekovsky, forward in defence, pushes it to the covers, no run.
And every bowler has a different norm. They have a different spot where they will land as their comfort zone, and it is below your eye level. This stuff happens in your subconscious. Each bowler will make their own little dent, their own little hole, and it becomes very rigid and hard on each side of that. If then you go to bowl a ball somewhere else and you land on the edge of one of those, you can do some serious damage.
And that would mess with your head too, wouldn't it?
Oh, it makes so much of a difference on release.
Siraj to Pekovsky, who edges, and he's caught by Saha diving to his right. Beautiful delivery by Mohammad Siraj. Pekovsky nicks, and Saha a tumbling take. And India strikes Australia 1 for 16 in its second innings, leading by 110. Pekovsky caught sub-keeper Saha, bowled Siraj for 10, 1 for 16.
Well, hasn't he been impressive, Siraj? Perfect seam presentation. I loved what he did in Melbourne on debut. And what an impact here early on. India needed a breakthrough early. And that sub, Saha, comes in and makes an impact straight away. A good catch, low to his right. Would Punt have taken the same catch?
Good
I would
question.
think so.
Good question. So the sixth over sees the first wicket fall for Australia. And back on day one, the first wicket fell in the fourth over. So Australia's still struggling to get a decent opening partnership. 70 the best, and that's a standout effort. That was in the second innings run chase in Adelaide between Burns and Wade. And Pekovsky gone for 10. 1 for 16. Siraj so impressive on debut in Melbourne. And in the first innings yesterday, he ended up without the rewards, 1 for 67. But he's a very willing competitor and looks like it could be a really good international fast bowler.
Yeah, exactly what India have been crying out for. The three top liners they've had for so long, Bumrah is world class, Mohammad Shami world class too in whatever format he plays, Ishant Sharma a very well established test bowler. But outside of that, it's been a bit of a mixing act, juggling act between the likes of Yadav, Bhuvneshwar Kumar, numerous others. So Siraj looks like he can be successful wherever he is in the world. Great seam presentation, swings the ball both ways, and he bowls a heavy bumper as well.
Marnus Labuschagne comes to the crease after his first innings 91. He's a bit down in the dumps after getting out for 91. Comes in with a test batting average of 59.96, only behind Steve Smith. 1 for 16. Here at the SCG, averages over 100 with that double century last summer. It's his third test match at this ground and already 403 runs. So does the field change? Oh, not all that much. Two slips, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and just forward of square and a deep fine leg. Giles is driving home from Noosa to Sydney, loving the commentary. Keep up the great entertainment and go the Aussies. Cheers, Giles. Gosh, there's some people on some long drives today. And throughout the weekend, no doubt. So it's Siraj coming in from the Randwick end, bowling to Labuschagne, and Marnus's first delivery is pushed away for runs through mid-wicket, chase for Agarwal. They've got one and will come back for a second. I think two will do them at will. And Labuschagne off the mark immediately. Australia 1 for 18 in its second innings. And the lead is up to 112 with Labuschagne 2, Warner 5, Siraj 3 overs, 1 for 7. That a success with Pekovsky caught behind by the sub-keeper Sahar off Siraj for 10 off 16 deliveries with 2 boundaries at 1 for 16. Also on the SMS, question regarding replacements. If Paine gets injured and can't continue, obviously Wade takes the gloves. So which specialist replacement can Australia nominate? Surely they can't replace with a specialist batsman or bowler.
So the important distinction here is that it's not a replacement.
Yep.
It is a substitute. So this is effectively like the 12th man coming onto field for an over. But the new rule changes have allowed wicketkeepers to be stipulated, and particularly now in the bubble where there's multiple.
Here's Bumrah starting a new over around the wicket to Warner, and Warner's on the drive and he times it beautifully through mid-on. Lovely straight drive by Warner, and it's going to trickle away for 4 just down below us here atop the Noble stand. Warner's first boundary, and he moves to 9. Australia 1 for 22. That was beautifully timed, slightly over pitched by Bumrah. So Sahar in this case, or Agarwal, they can't bat.
Well, the important distinction is that if a replacement is needed, he can come in and do whatever is necessary for that next innings in the field. But punt can still come back in and bat in the second innings.
Here's Bumrah bowling to Warner, and he pushes this towards cover. Bahari's there.
So effectively, with your question there about Tim Paine, Travis Head, Moses Enriquez, Mitch Swepson, Marcus Harris and Sean Abbott are the listed emergency fielders. There is no longer a distinguished 12th man because of the need for COVID replacements, concussion subs, and in this case, sub-fielders.
But for India's case, Pant and Jadeja, if they don't bat, their subs can't bat.
No.
So here's...
Unless it's concussion.
Correct. Here's Bumrah bowling to Warner. He clubs this to Vihari in the covers again, and there's no run. So Rick Finlay, with Sahar's catch, does that just disappear into the ether given the circumstances? What happens in terms of the record books?
Just counts as a sub-catch, but it won't go to Sahar's own personal record as a wicket-keeper.
That's extraordinary.
In Test cricket, yep.
Because he is keeping in a Test and has taken a catch, but he doesn't get credit for it on his record.
Same with any sub-fielder around the ground anywhere.
So here's Bumrah. That seems a crazy thing in statistical world as Warner pushes to the same spot. Bahari picks up in the covers, no run, 1 for 22. And seeing this stat here too, Australia's only lost at the SCG when trailing by 94 or more. It's by 10 runs, but they're leading by 94 or more. So I don't quite understand that parallel. But anyway, I should just rely only on Rick. 1 for 22 is the score.
Well, Rick and the statisticians are being challenged every which way these days, aren't they? With changing rules, changing landscapes, T20, power surges.
X factors.
Yeah.
Bumrah to Warner. And Warner taps the bat, and then he's pushing forward to mid-off where Saini gets down low to field. And there's no run.
That last shot from David Warner, that 4 down the ground, we spoke on day 1 when Steve Smith started his innings, 15 off 11 with 2 really good straight drives that got him going. Dave Warner's had some time out of this team. He's been out with injury. That could well be. He got out trying a big flashy cover drive in the first innings. That straight drive might just be what he needed.
Last ball of the Bumrah over. He has none for 14, about to complete his 4th, and Warner awaits. Bumrah's in, and this ball is punched this time into the gap between cover and point. They have one. They'll come back for a second run. Shubnam Gill does the fielding in front of the Brawongle stand, and 2 more for Warner. 6 off the over. He's 11. Marnus Labuschagne is 2. Australia leading by 118 at 1 for 24 in its second innings. See you, Capes. Trent Copeland will stay, and Robin Chipperfield will come in on Grandstand Cricket.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
One of the first things I think Jim Maxwell said on commentary this morning was he was wondering whether it would be moving day. 3rd day of the Test match, just like the 3rd day in the golf. And it feels, Trent Copeland, very much as if it has been moving day.
Oh boy, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I said before play that I thought India would have been the happier of the two camps going into today's play. But that was only as good as your next day, your next session that you follow up. Test cricket is a funny game, and I spoke at length yesterday about how quickly the game can speed up here at the SCG.
We've seen it a couple of times, haven't we, with that 36 all out. But for India, the wheels can come off. Here's Siraj bowling to Labuschagne, and they're shy at the stumps as the ball is played back to Siraj, and there's a words exchanged between the two of them. Labuschagne ends it with a big smile on his face. It was a terrible throw.
It was. You mentioned how quickly things can change in that 36 in Adelaide. Also, Australia's batting collapses throughout the series. That is the best Test series for me. It's when either team in any given moment can seize that moment and take the upper hand and run with it.
Just sense, you could see it today, you could almost feel it. There was just that injury to punt, and it just opened the door a little bit for Australia. Because they're such a good team, they just went bang, this is our opportunity. Bosh, bosh, bosh. Here's Siraj into Labuschagne, who's pulling away into the onside through square leg for 4. Fine shot from Labuschagne, who was instrumental in one of those run-outs earlier today, but get the impression here that Warner and Labuschagne are trying to get on top and really impose themselves and bat India out of it very quickly.
Yeah, what a clinical pull shot that one was. A nice bouncer, though. Marnus Labuschagne starting his innings very clinically. Swivel a la Ricky Ponting on that back leg.
Beautiful shot.
Pierced the gap beautifully.
2 slips and a gully. There's a point mid-off, mid-on. Squarish mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg. As Siraj is in again to Labuschagne, who's right behind it. Bowler gets a hand to it. And it's up towards... it's not Bumrah at the other end of the ground. It's Navdeep Saini at mid-off, and there's no run.
You mentioned batting India out of the game. That really is the opportunity that lays in front of Australia today, and this afternoon in particular. David Warner, the perfect man to seize that challenge, can take the game away from you so quickly.
Here's Siraj in again to Labuschagne, who hits it powerfully but picks out Saini again at mid-off. And there's no run. There's a nice balance, this, if you're Australian in the dressing room or listening in and watching on from anywhere in Australia. You've got Warner and Labuschagne at the crease. You've got Smith still to come, and you've got a lead already of 122. And here's Siraj in again to Labuschagne, who's whipping into square leg, but picks out the fielder this time. There is no run. 1 for 28. It's Prithvi Shaw who's on as a substitute. That must mean that Agarwal's gone off. Agarwal on to replace Jadeja. But Prithvi Shaw has come in and he's at square leg. I don't think anybody else has gone off the field that we've missed, have they? They are getting through players on this tour of India. As Siraj comes into Labuschagne, who's getting a ball that just ducks back into him a little bit, and he's right behind it, knocking it back towards the bowler, and that completes the over. 1 for 28. Warner has 11, Labuschagne has 6, and 1 for 28 means the lead for India, for Australia rather, over India is 122, and Trent Copeland is here alongside me.
Yeah, certainly concerning with Jadeja off the field. That blow that he took to his bowling hand, thumb, from a bouncer, Mitch Stark, around the wicket. If he can't bowl in this second innings when spin is going to be at the forefront, that'll be a big blow to India's prospects. And with the lead of 122, I saw after that pull shot that Marnus Labuschagne played in the last over, Ajinkya Rahane running down to his bowler Siraj. Who knows? We're speculating about what they're talking about, but with a lead of 122, the big impact a deficit like that can have is your ability to keep attacking fielders in.
Yeah.
Which is what you need to get back in the game. But you've got to play the balancing act on not letting Australia get too far away, that the chase becomes impossible and you're sitting ducks on day 5. So This is my nerdy cricket brain and what I love about Test cricket. The challenge on how long you can keep your second slip in. When you're a spinner, how long can you keep your bat pad and your silly mid off?
Bearing in mind at 1-1 in the series, India don't need to chase it necessarily, finding themselves behind in the game. I'm sure if you offered them a draw now, they'd take it.
Yeah.
And take the series up to Brisbane, assuming it takes place in Brisbane, which at the moment it does. Nothing to the contrary officially. Again, there must be more movement behind the bowler's arm as Navdeep Saini is introduced into the attack on this Paddington end of the ground. He'll bowl to David Warner. Well, I fancy his eyes might be lighting up a little bit here. Saini into Warner, works it into the onside, and he's going to pick up a single off the first ball that Saini bowls as Ashwin does the fielding, running around from mid-on.
Poor old Saini copped it, didn't he, when he came into bat? Barrage, he bowled a bit of a barrage to Mitchell Starc the day before.
Oh, it's a no ball as well.
Yeah, the waist high fully. I was talking to Starkey after play last night. Said he might have been keen to get his back. And certainly did.
They did a bit. But the fear had got up me, let alone
it's
Saini.
It's an ugly thing to be doing. Is when you've got a guy 7'8" release point around the wicket left arm bowling 150 k's an hour, and you know they're coming at you. Anyway, he's got his chance to get it back. That is the beauty of cricket, and particularly as a bowler.
If he might pitch a few up to Stark if Stark bats a bit later in this innings, as Saini is into Labuschagne, short outside the off stump, but Labuschagne is having nothing to do with it and dramatically pulls the bat away, and there's no run. 1 for 29.
The other thing I'm always fascinated to watch with debutants, and particularly fast bowlers from the subcontinent when they play here in Australia, is it's not just about, OK, he's got a nice release, he bowls fast, but how's he going on day 3, pace-wise? What's he look like body-wise after bowling a big chunk in the first innings? Let's track that as we go. That last ball, 132 k's an hour. He was pushing 145 in the first innings, so it's not just Test cricket and the actual skills, but it's also the body and the fatigue.
Saini into Labuschagne, short outside the off stump. He's not going to pass up this opportunity. Labuschagne, that was a long hop really, and Labuschagne has tucked into it and cut it away for 4. Saini's body language not looking the best, looks a bit frustrated with life, and he's only halfway through his first over.
Point staying out now.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we are, yeah. As you said earlier in the over, they're going to immediately go a bit more defensive. There's only one slip. There is a gully. And 2 men pretty close in on the onside at square leg and mid-wicket. But first round Australia here. 1 for 33. And Saini again. Australia having a lead at 127. Labuschagne works this to the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run.
And that pace and the ability to keep that up on the course of not only a bowling spell but also the back end of a day. You bowl the first over of a day, generally you're going to be fresh. What's your last spell like to close out a day? Think about that on a day 5 afternoon when you're trying to close out the game and win it. That's what makes the best bowling attacks, not just Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, Mitchell Starc being skillful. They're the same pace all the time.
Saini in again, short and played away on the offside out towards point, and Labuschagne will pick up a single. So what is it that gets them there? That's obviously fitness and having done it time and time and time again.
Yeah, it's a lot that goes into it, but I know Aaron Kellett, the S&C for the Aussies in charge of high performance, there's a huge workload plan that goes into each bowler's, I guess, where they're at, how many overs they've bowled in a lead up to a game, when is the time to rest, but how are you going with your chronic load, which is how much workload you've actually been through.
Saini into Warner, pitched up outside the off stump, and Warner tucks into that, but there's a man on the point boundary, which means it'll only go for a single. An expansive drive that perhaps deserved more, but will only get the one. At the end of the over, and it is 1 for 35. Labuschagne has 11, Warner has 13. And the lead is up to 129 on a beautiful afternoon at the SCG. It's like a further bowling change perhaps at the round weekend. Ravi Ashwin is in discussions with his captain Rahane and Rohit Sharma as well. As Warner and Labuschagne prepare to face him. Could be quite a workload for Ashwin.
It could be, and they'll need him to not only attack but also, much like Nathan Lyon does so well, is defend by the use of bowling to right-handers with the heavy leg side field. Always tough to score. And just expanding on your last point about workloads and how you get to the point where the Aussie bowlers can just do it time after time. An example of when that's exposed is when you've had an off-season and you get into your first practice game. I mean, I bowl lots and lots of overs, as do these other Aussie bowlers. You play a 40 to 50 over practice game at the start of pre-season, it feels like you bowled for 6 days. So if you're exposed and you haven't got the body of work underneath, it can really feel taxing on the body, and that's where fatigue and mistakes, errors in execution come into play.
There are 2 slips as Ashwin bowls to Warner, who's playing it defensively. And there's no run on the SMS. Ron from Foster, listening to your great call of the cricket all the way out at Menindee. Just cracked my first beer of the day. Always a bit wary pronouncing Australian town names, so apologies in advance as Ashwin bowls. Swept away by Warner, but he doesn't make contact. Appeal for LBW and given. Wow. That took a while. That took a long while, but it was given out. He's going to review it, Warner. And I would review it just based on the time it took for Rifle
Original decision
to make the decision.
It's a fair delivery. Could I start with spin whistle, please?
Ashwin, an immediate impact. Hasn't had many left-handers to bowl to in this series. Early in his spell.
Sweeping across the line, Warner. And we're just waiting for the replay and things to whirl into action. There we go. He's sweeping across the line. I don't think there's any bat involved. It actually hits him. He's sweeping, so he's crouching down, but it hits Warner in the stomach, just above the belt line.
Don't see any mark on the bat. Can I have RTS, please?
And Davey reviewing this, there is an element when you're batting and you get hit in the stomach where you feel like
it's going through. Keep rolling it through into the pad, please.
You get hit in the thigh and even
body.
You're thinking to yourself, it has to be going over the top.
There's no bat involved here. Can we go to ball track when it's ready, please?
We will see.
Okay, Pistol, here we go. Impact is in line and wickets is umpire's call.
Out. Warner's gone.
Stand by, I'll get you
on screen. Just clipping the top of the bail between leg and middle. And Paul Rifle has got it right. And Warner must go. LBW to Ashwin for 13. And it's 2 for 35 with the lead at 129.
Well, massive wicket for India, and Ashwin having an immediate impact. Just the second ball of his spell. Dave Warner looking to impose himself on Ashwin early on. Big wicket for India, not only in this innings, but in the context of the entire match. With that deficit,
Warner seems dissatisfied, and perhaps it's with the shot he's played there, but he can't be upset with the process, can he, that's happened there?
Certainly in my experience, that when you miss one when you're sweeping, umpires love giving that one out.
Yeah, but in fairness, it was hitting the stumps.
Yeah, of course.
Steve Smith, the first innings centurion, comes to the wicket. And I mentioned at the beginning of my spell here about what Jim Maxwell had said at the beginning of the day about moving day. Things are gathering pace here at the SCG. As I say, the lead for Australia, 129. 2 wickets down with that dismissal of Warner. Labuschagne unbeaten on 11. And Smith just come to the wicket. Huge boost for India. The dismissal of Warner for 13 and Pekovsky for 10.
So effectively, India now have Australia 2 for 129. That's the equation. A lead that Australia will be comfortable with, but not if you add 2 wickets to that scoreboard. And that's exactly what India need to be thinking in the field. hustling around, looking for those run-outs to change the game, much like Australia did.
Yeah, there's a bit of batting to come, but if you're India, if you can get one of these two, and I suppose particularly Smith at the moment, in the next half an hour or so, then you'll feel you are really right back in the game. There's a slip. Who is Rahane? There's a leg slip. Pujara, short leg as Ashwin comes into bowl to Smith, who's on the back foot and working it past Viharia. Short leg out towards deep mid-wicket, and Smith is off the mark from the first ball he faces. And Ashwin to continue. Rick's got something for us in Hobart. I think we'll probably wait for this ball to be bowled by Ashwin, who's at the end of his run and poised to bowl to Labuschagne, who's taking his guard for the first time to Ashwin. And the SCG is abuzz as Ashwin comes in, and that's worked to the leg side again by Labuschagne out towards deep mid-wicket. And again they are through for a single. Rick in Hobart, what have you got for us?
After 55 overs of right-arm spin between Ashwin and Lyon, we finally have a wicket at the SCG in this test.
Yeah, they're both bowled mainly, in fact, solely from that Randwick end of the ground. I'm going to give Lyon bowled this end. I don't think he did. As Ashwin is into Steve Smith, who's down the wicket, hitting it firmly, getting to the pitch of the ball, picking out mid-on, and they'll get through for a single. On the SMS, Al says, gents, if you take a catch as a substitute fielder and you're never selected for a test, have you ever played test cricket? Here's Ashwin into Labuschagne, who's hitting it uppishly but wide off mid-wicket and getting through for a single. Big shout for a catch. Ashwin was desperately trying for it, but they got through for a single. And that is the end of the over. 2 for 39. Labuschagne has 13. And Smith has 2. Changing the commentary box here at the SCG. Alex Blackwell is going to join the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell.
ABC Sport. Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
So Australia working away, building a lead here, but they've lost 2 wickets. And the pattern of play following yesterday, 10 wickets fell then, and 10 have fallen today. India losing their last 8 wickets for 148 in the scheme of things. So at last the spinner gets a wicket, the off spinner anyway. Now, away from this top end, the noble end, Saini bowls a ball that's on the stumps and it's pushed away on the onside. Smith 2, Labuschagne 13, 2 for 39. Good afternoon, Alex.
Good afternoon, Jim, and all the listeners. You described somewhat of a batting collapse there by India. 8 wickets for 146, did you say?
Yeah, 148, I think, yeah.
148. Well, Australia's first innings, they had a collapse of 8 wickets for 132. So it's been the theme of this test match.
The ring field here with Saini bowling, and it's worked away by Labuschagne at the onside there. So Australia certainly in a good position. If wickets are falling, you'd think if that pattern continues, they're in gun position, pole position to go on and win this game, particularly with a few injuries around the Indian team.
And the question will be, how many will they want to be ahead before perhaps sending India back in, giving themselves enough time to take 20 wickets?
Saini goes up and bowls another accurate delivery, which is pushed away.
Might they also factor in potentially if Rishabh Pant is critically injured and can't bat? That's a significant dent to the Indian batting lineup.
Yes, you wonder about that elbow injury. He went off for scans after completing his innings. Having been cracked on the elbow by Cummins. So the slip and the gully and Saini right arm pacing near the pads worked their way towards square leg. So India just trying to keep a hold on the game here with well-placed fields and accurate bowling. And the pitch is still on as I described, the curmudgeonly side. It's a bit slow and it's not easy to force the game as the ball gets older, gets softer. And that's the challenge for the Australian batsmen here.
So the ball 10 overs old at the moment. This is the 11th over. Still quite hard.
Saini bowls it and beats the off-stump push from Labuschagne, trying to hit that through the offside. But he missed it as he was aiming. And you could hear that little roar from behind the stumps. Saha's wicket keeping because of Pant's injury. That's the rule that's in place now. You can substitute the wicketkeeper with a wicketkeeper. That goes back to 3 years ago when Mark Boucher had, well, it was before that he had the injury, but it was as a result of that injury. Away goes Saini, pushing in at Labuschagne, who defends on the onside. Has that happened in the women's game at all as we come to the end of the over where there's been a wicketkeeper substitute?
Well, I was just thinking, Jim, that fewer people will get the opportunity to be a part-time wicketkeeper and get themselves a dismissal for their country. I was fortunate to be able to do that, actually, take a caught behind for Australia with the gloves on.
Who is subbing for?
It would have been Elisa Healy
yeah.
for, I think she had some concussion-type problem at the time. I think we were in Sri Lanka. So you'd expect these days that there would be a wicketkeeper sitting on the bench.
Now Ashwin's bowling and Smith swings at this on a big appeal for LBW. No. Thought he was appealing to the umpire, and he's looking at Saha now. What happened there? Did he hit that? Did he miss it? Rahani's involved in the conversation. They're going upstairs.
Well, it looks like there's a few people adding commentary out there, including both Australian batters, trying to signal. No, it was going down leg, but Smith trying a stand-up sweep to Ashwin. And he missed it, struck him on the pad. He feels quite confident this won't be out. You never know, though.
I think bounces on his side, apart from the direction of the ball. But remember, Paul Rifles said not out, and
that crosses over ball. Can't really tell with that. Can I go to leg side hotspot, please?
You're seeing the swat and the miss. It's hit him on the front pad. Not very high up, but the line of the ball suggests it's heading towards
there. Follow it through just a little, another frame or two.
It'd be interesting, Jim, if it was potentially a doosra from Ashwin, so the spin wasn't going to take it further down leg.
I'm confident that there's no bat involved here.
You can't find
tracking when ready,
any
please.
Inside edge on the attempted waft hoik to the onside.
Still building
the
ball
front
tracking.
Pad. They're looking for evidence of a snick onto that pad. But the more forensic it gets, the less information we're getting in terms of an inside edge. So it looks like it's missed the bat, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think definitely hasn't hit it, but both Australian batters confident that was going down leg. And if anything, going back to umpire's call, it's been given not out. But we'll have to wait and see for ball tracking. It's taking a bit of time, another delay.
Well, they've got to cover all contingencies here, surely. And whether it's bat, pad or LBW. So
still waiting.
Still waiting for that other information to be supplied on ball tracking. And the technology is having a bit of a hiccup today. It's struggling to be on time. It's lost its punctuality. There's a lot of loitering while we wait and wait and wait.
Well, with this series having home umpires officiating, both teams get 3 referrals, not the usual 2, per innings. So India probably thought, look, it's Steve Smith. He's got 131 in the first innings.
Yeah.
It's worth rolling the dice. But I do believe this will be not out.
Here we go.
And impact is in line and wickets is umpire's call. And I'll get you to stay with
just
your original decision.
The leg stump at
Stand
best.
by.
From the look of that. Yes.
That's closer than we all thought.
Yeah.
So India will not lose their referral. So they will have 3 intact referrals. Smith shaking his head. Everyone getting on with it now.
Hit the next one. That's the best way out of it, as Ashwin has him playing back and away on the onside. So Australia will want to be positive, but it's a situation where if this partnership is broken, all of a sudden Australia again look a bit exposed. They're boodling along at 2 for 39, and Smith is forward again and playing away on the onside. They've got mid-on 3 parts back and a deep square leg with a backward square short leg mid-wicket, mid-off, a cover and a slip, and a short mid-on as well. Ashwin bowls Smith back, and he gets a thick outside edge, I think, as he defended, and it went wide of Rahane at slip, and they raced through for a single. So it's 2 for 40. Smith 3, Labuschagne 13. India out for 244 with some excellent bowling from Pat Cummins. Now, down at the far end, Ashwin sends Labuschagne back. He defends down towards mid-on.
Well, it's rather crowded there at the non-strikers end with a short mid-on right in front of Smith, the non-striker. Looks like they're both playing a few games there, getting in each other's way.
Ashwin bowls, tightens up. Labuschagne looking to give it space and forced to the offside. He can't do that. So we might just throw one on notice to Rick about Ashwin, who got the wicket of Warner. And memory serves me right, Rick. Just might have to research this one a bit. But Ashwin has an amazingly strong record against left-handers. Far more dominant against left-handers than most other off-spinners who've got a bag of wickets such as Ashwin. We'll come to that in a moment, as Alex is here ready for a new over from Saini.
Yep, Saini, he's in his debut test match. He did pick up Bukowski for 62 with a wonderful LBW. But he'll be wanting to build on that performance.
He runs in now and bowls a ball that's knocked away on the offside into the gully by Smith. Just being a little wary of the bounce. There's occasional irregular bounce, low bounce in this pitch, which may continue to make batting difficult, but it's still pretty much on the slow side.
Yeah, so Saini was the most expensive bowler in the first innings for India. He bowled 13 overs, 2 wickets for 65, no maidens, and 5 runs per over. So I think Australia will look to Saini as the opportunity to perhaps get the scoreboard ticking over.
Saini pitches up and draws Smith forward, defending on the offside. Ashwin, any news there, Rick?
Yes, Jim. Ashwin has actually dismissed more left-hand batsmen than anyone else, regardless of the number of wickets they've taken. He's dismissed 192 left-hand batsmen out of his 375 wickets, which is a huge percentage, even more than Murali with 800 wickets, only 190 left-handers.
Right. And Nathan Lyon, where's he on the hit parade there as we watch Saini run in again, pitching up at Smithies, across, forward, defending out in the offside.
Lyon has 145 out of his 394 wickets left-handed, 249 right-handers.
Right. Yes, okay, that's very interesting. So Ashwin fairly deadly against left-handers. And
he's actually taken more wickets left-hand batsmen than right-hand batsmen, Ashwin. 183 right-handers, 192 left-handers.
And somewhat unusual LBW today, it looked to hit the stomach of Warner. And away goes Saini short. He tries to pull, misses it, hits his body, deflects into the slip cordon where Rahane is fielding. So Warner got down low and the ball struck him on the belly button, it looked, and it was given out LBW, referred it, and it was clear that it was hitting the top of the stumps, and so he was on his way. LBW for 13 after Bukowski was out for 10. Saini runs in, bowls to Smith. Smith again Working the ball away, but not past the field, which is well set here to restrict Australia's scoring, and that's pretty much what India are about here on this torpid surface. Just aiming, maybe a little bit of variable bounce, and a belated posthumous no ball call via the third umpire is now indicated from Paul Rifle. So Australia 2 for 41. And Saini by Paul Wilson, Paul Rifle's down the other end. The team of Pauls. Saini runs in, and once again Smith is there, just walking across and defending out on the offside. So we've still got another, 28 overs? It's hard to read. 29, is it?
29.1. So one ball remaining of Saini's over. He's got a very simple plan going on, Jim, just bowling straight with a pretty defensive field. Straight field is set. There's a mid-on, mid-off, saving runs on the drive. But I think Saini's just started to see a little bit of variation in bounce. So wanting to stay very straight.
And he's straight again, and Smith can't do much with that other than defend it. And he's signalling to the dressing room for his 10 millionth pair of gloves as the umpires say, we've had enough, we need a drink. Come on, bring the drinks out, please, and let's have a rest. And the ground staff are rushing on the field to do some R&R on the pitch. 2 for 41 Australia, add on 94, and that's 135 to the good. That's the situation. Let's get the latest from ABC News.
ABC News headlines with Satyam Weinstein. There have been no new COVID cases in Queensland in the past 24 hours. Greater Brisbane began a 3-day lockdown last night after a quarantine hotel worker contracted the highly contagious UK strain of coronavirus. Federal opposition leader Anthony Albanese remains in a Sydney hospital following a car accident in the city's inner west yesterday. And Democratic Party members of the US House of Representatives have circulated the draft of new impeachment resolutions against President Donald Trump. This is ABC News.
ABC Sport.
Grandstand Summer of Cricket, live and ad-free.
Oh, that's a blinder of a catch!
As Australia faces off against fierce rivals India.
That is a huge wicket.
Taken, the catch behind!
Every ball, every catch, every wicket, live at the ground.
It's all over!
Grandstand Summer of Cricket, live on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app. Grandstand Cricket, 60 minutes in 60 seconds.
Bumrah bowls and he's back and he's playing a beautiful shot through the offside. A good hard clip off the back foot. Siraj to Bukowski, who edges and he's caught by Saha diving to his right. Beautiful delivery by Mohammad Siraj. Bukowski nicks and Saha a tumbling take. Here's Bumrah starting a new over around the wicket to Warner, and Warner's on the drive and he times it beautifully through mid-on. Lovely straight drive by Warner and it's going to trickle away for 4.
Saini into Labuschagne, short outside the off stump. He's not going to pass up this opportunity. Labuschagne, and Labuschagne has tucked into it and cut it away for 4. Ashwin bowls, swept away by Warner, but he doesn't make contact. Appeal for LBW and given. That took a while. That took a long while, but it was given out.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Yeah, well, sometimes you get the feeling that they may as well be at the pub. These drinks breaks take an absurd long time, don't they?
Yeah, we've had a few little disruptions today, but there's hardly a cloud in the sky. There's been foot marks at the bowling crease to bring a sledgehammer to. There's been DRS referrals that have just taken far too long. The ball tracking on the last one really delayed things.
Had injuries too?
Injuries, yeah.
Yes. It just seems in the modern game there's a lot of loitering. And we noticed that on the first day with the inability of the officials to get the game resumed as fast as they should have. Now the Indian players have decided to, after a drink, to have a team meeting. They all went into a huddle, hugging each other.
Time to lift, boys.
Yeah.
Rahane's trying to rally his troops. He's done a good job as the standing captain, while Virat Kohli back home, the impending arrival of his first child. That must be soon. Wishing him and his family all the best. But Rahane's done a good job. But I think India are behind currently. I think 135 ahead at the moment for Australia. 8 wickets in hand. Smith and Labuschagne at the crease. Boy, did they have a wonderful partnership in the first innings. Labuschagne would have been gutted to get out on 91 to end that partnership on 100, with Smith going so well at the other end. So I'm sure Labuschagne will be ready to build another big partnership, maybe even go on himself to score another big one.
We've had 13 overs in 71 minutes in this innings, with all the toing and froing. And now we're ready after a lengthy drinks break. That took 5 minutes. In goes Ashwin, swept for 4. That's a very good stroke from Labuschagne. Ashwin pitched along the line of the leg stump, or maybe just outside, and Labuschagne said thank you and hit it hard to the backward square boundary for 4, 2 for 45.
Well, that was a bit of a loosener for Ashwin after the drinks. On full toss on leg stump. It's what Bahari does not want. A bat pad just behind the line of legs, square leg.
Now Ashwin's up again. Labuschagne's back to the short ball, cracks it away to point. Again, he didn't quite get the timing. It just came off a little slowly, and he had to adjust his stroke. So the 6-3 fields in position with a long on and a man just in front of square on the boundary. Ashwin in, Labuschagne back, turns into the gap for a single out towards that chap in front of the O'Reilly stand. And they go wandering off for one more. 2 for 46.
Well, Australia played Ashwin very well in the first innings, rocking back and cutting. They could trust the bounce, and that's where the most productive area of the ground was against Ashwin.
Smith's on 3, and he's back, and he's turning, and he's getting a run. He goes to 4, and Labuschagne is 18, and it's 2 for 47.
But I don't think they'll be able to give up their stumps and cut as often or as freely in this second innings, because Ravi Ashwin will be enjoying just a little bit of variable bounce. Only one has to stay low to stop that free scoring on the cut shot.
Now we're back with Labuschagne facing Ashwin, and he leans forward to it and plays it away towards short mid-wicket.
And it's been such a crucial part of India's success in the series so far, Ashwin's ability to tie down the Australian batters. They've not been able to get off strike freely.
Ashwin comes up again, and Labuschagne's back, and he does pierce the field through backward point with a nice back cut. They take 2, and they're moving speedily enough to get a third run. He likes that back cut. The 50 comes up as a result. 9 runs from that over. Labuschagne's 21. Smith is 4. Alex Blackwell's here. And Andrew Moore is jumping to come in.
ABC Sport.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Everybody say hi. Look who's finally arrived. I'm not looking for a good time. I'm just looking for the exit sign.
The lead for Australia up to 144 at 2 for 50. Smith 4, Labuschagne is flying. 21 off 26 deliveries. What a beautiful late afternoon, Alex Blackwell, here at the SCG. Where else would you rather be?
Oh, it's stunning. I know we've had a bit of rain to disrupt this match so far, and non-Sydney-siders are a bit anti-Sydney for Test cricket. There's always rain, but we get glorious days like this, especially for the pink Test and day 3, Jane McGrath Day. Wonderful that the sun's out. Just a gentle breeze, and all the patrons remaining seated and masked and enjoying a good day of Test cricket.
28-year-old Navdeep Saini is in bowling, and it's being pushed to mid-on by Labuschagne, and no run. So the score remains 2 for 50 with Australia in such a dominant position now despite losing Will Pekowski for 10 and Dave Warner for 13 in this second innings. But a stunning effort by the pace bowlers again. And in the field, Alex, where there were 3 run-outs and they just gave India nothing, did they, with the ball?
Yeah, the tall timber, the fast bowlers doing the job with the run-outs and diving around. Look, I think even you look at the batting effort in the first innings, it's proving to be a good total, 338.
Now Saini in and Labuschagne edges Rahane. The ball falls just short of him in the gully. It was a great effort to snare a catch, but I fancy it just fell short of him. He parried the ball away to second slip. No run. Score remains 2 for 50. But he is very good in that gully region, low to his left. And he gave it every opportunity to take the catch. Neither of the replays we've seen indicate one way or the other at this point whether it was short of him or not.
Yeah, it looked like it just jammed right in front of his fingers. So limited opportunity to grasp that one. It came quickly to him. Saini to Labuschagne, just getting the outside edge.
One slip in a gully now as Saini bowls, and it's run off an open face by Labuschagne towards deep backward point. They have one. Will they come back for 2? No. Just the single. So one more to Marnus Labuschagne. He moves along to 22. Australia 2 for 51 in its second innings.
Well, when we spoke to Marnus Labuschagne at the end of the day's play, he felt quite disappointed with the team total, 338. He thought it could have been better, but couldn't help feeling that he just seemed a bit deflated himself. He probably knew he threw away a chance for 100, 91 in the first innings, and the 2 magnificent partnerships, they were worth 100.
Saini in and whipping it away through mid-wicket is Steve Smith, and a good job in the field in the end by Bumrah, moving to his right, keeps it to only 1. Smith 5, Labuschagne 22, Australia 2 for 52, and that lead is now up to 146. So we have an hour and 5 minutes play available to us, and still 27 overs and 2 balls to be bowled. Can I be bowled here, Alex Blackwell, and suggest there's Buckley's and none?
Of getting all of them in?
Well, not only, we're going to be 7 or 8 overs short.
Well, we've had plenty of delays.
Haven't we?
Some avoidable, some not. But I think from Australia's point of view, they'll want as much time in this test match as possible to force a result.
Saini in, a short ball pulled away by Labuschagne along the ground, just backward of square for 4. He timed that beautifully. Marnus Labuschagne from the short ball by Navdeep Saini, and Labuschagne another boundary. He's 26. Australia 2 for 56, and that lead extends to 150.
26 of 30 balls, he's flying. Marnus Labuschagne is in complete control of the pull shot. On that occasion, Saini dropping a bit short, not short enough to threaten with a bouncer. It was a very easy pull shot in the end, but you've got to control it, and Marnus Labuschagne did that. Very high hands, keeping the ball on the ground all the way.
His 4th boundary. Marnus Labuschagne taps the bat again. Looks up, sees Saini on his way for the last ball of the over, and he rocks back and drives this square on the offside to Mayank Agarwal, who's fielding in the deep, and they get 1 run. So Labuschagne will keep the strike. He's 27. Australia 2 for 57. The lead 151. And Steve Smith not out on 5, and it's a tough go here too without Ravi Jadeja. And whether it's to get the breakthroughs, Alex, like he produced in the first innings, or just to keep the runs down, you know, that's potentially 15 to 20 overs of good tight bowling that they don't have.
Well, where is he? Is he currently also getting scanned?
We believe he's getting scanned.
So two people,
yep,
both Punt and Jadeja, getting scans. It's unfortunate for India. They've been pushing hard all series. The few injuries haven't gone their way. A broken arm to Mohammad Shami. That was nasty. Sustained in Adelaide. So that made way for Siraj to make his debut at the MCG. They've done well with that depleted bowling attack. Saini has struggled a bit, but he's chipping in with a couple of wickets. Needs to keep his economy under control.
Well, Ravi Ashwin has the wicket of Warner with a second ball he bowled in the innings, but 3 overs, 1 for 14. Labuschagne awaits Ashwin, and he's forward. He'll get a run through mid-wicket at least. They have won. The fielding done by Shubnam Gill, and they're kept to 1 run, so 2 for 58. Now, Mohammad Siraj had been off the field briefly. He's back on. But there's no Jadeja and no punt with Sahar keeping. He took a catch that he'll never get credit for. And Mayank Agarwal is out there for Jadeja. Ashwin well flighted to Steve Smith, but he just leans on it down the ground to long on to get a run. And that's Siraj doing the fielding with an underarm return back to Ashwin. So Smith 6 and Australia 2 for 59, leading by 153. Labuschagne's turn now. That's for Ashwin. Forward struck on the pad. Shout for LBW, not out. Is the decision from umpire Paul Rifle. Ashwin having a look at Riddiman Saha. Ajinkya Rahane. He's put his hands behind his back. There's 8 seconds left for the DRS timer, but it looks like that's going to be allowed to expire. Rahane doesn't look remotely interested in pursuing this further.
Well, sub-fielder Saha, as the wicketkeeper, he's got to be on for giving input in terms of whether it's worth referring or not.
Ashwin bowls, and he comes across his stumps and pushes it back to the bowler on the onside of the pitch. Picked up by Ashwin in his follow-through, 2 for 59.
Well, with Labuschagne ticking along nicely, a good run rate, Smith can just work himself in.
Ashwin has Labuschagne using his feet, and he tickles it around the corner for a run down to deep square leg. Only the 1 run to Mayank Agarwal. And Labuschagne goes along to 29, 2 for 60, the lead 154. We've had 5 reviews, DRS reviews today. Here's Ashwin bowling to Steve Smith. And Smith is forward defending to mid-on and won't get a run as Shubnam Gill does the fielding. Good over by Ashwin, but 3 runs off it. He has 4 overs, 1 for 17, and Australia in its second innings, 2 for 60. Labuschagne 29, Smith is 6. Harrison has written in from Adelaide. G'day, Harrison. Says, I'm 12 years old. I'm having a can of pink creaming soda to celebrate the pink test and hopefully an Australian win. Love your commentary. Good on you, Harrison. My 12-year-old daughter Eliza loves pink creaming soda. So does my son Archie. So I can see why you love it, Harrison. Good on you. And that's lovely to be thinking of the pink test and the McGrath Foundation.
Hopefully there's a few pink Lamingtons out there for afternoon tea.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Is that a rumour or?
Haven't you seen them? Pink Lamingtons?
Not today.
Well, I was hoping we'd have some at the back of the box at some point. Pink.
Dennis, can you get us some pink Lamingtons, please? So we're going to have Navdeep Saini. Why did you put the thought of that in my mind? That sounds like a wonderful thing between last commentary stint and grandstand at Stumps. So Saini is going to be replaced, actually. Jasprit Bumrah is coming back into the attack. He only bowled 4 overs in his first spell, and you get the feeling we'll see short spells from these bowlers as they're a man down, as it were. Pant's certainly down. Here's Bumrah. Bowls, and it's pushed away towards mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Nice one, Maury.
I was put up to it by someone.
How long have you had that one?
I won't give Chippers up, but he put the idea in my head. So 2 for 60, 29 to Marnus Labuschagne. Now the field here has a slip and a gully. Point mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, regulation square leg, and a short backward square for Bumrah, the spearhead of the Indian attack. And coming forward defensively is Labuschagne, pushing it to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Score remains 2 for 60.
Well, he's looking typically determined, Marnus Labuschagne. I thought he was good in the first innings and looking comfortable here, just watchful because there's a couple of balls that have remained low from the bowlers bowling from the city end toward Randwick. That end is kept low on occasion.
That's where Bumrah's on his way to Labuschagne, who's punching it to mid-off, but straight to Ravi Ashwin, no run. 2 for 60. If you just joined in, India started the day at 2 for 96. At lunch, 4 for 180. But then all out 244 with a dramatic collapse after lunch. When punt went for 36, Pujara 50, Ashwin 10, Saini 4, Bumrah a duck, Siraj 6, Jadeja 28 not out but struck on the hand. Punt was struck on the elbow or just below, and both have gone for scans and aren't on the field as Bumrah bowls, and he's whipped away brilliantly by Labuschagne through square leg with a flick of the wrists, and that flew across the outfield for 4. Labuschagne 33, Australia 2 for 64, the lead up to 158.
Wow, that was an incredible shot. It's a la so many Indian batters we've watched over the years, the wrists and the timing to be able to get that ball with power. It accelerated off Labuschagne's bat and he worked it, just flicked it behind square along the carpet, and there's plenty of catches in that region. Good enough to pierce the gap, keep it on the ground. He's forced the fielder back to deep forward of square.
Here's Bumrah again into Labuschagne, who's on the drive, and it goes square on the offside to point. No run. Now, Dennis Carnahan, our technical man, he's sort of wandering around pretending he's a producer and talking Canberra Raiders to everybody and putting people to sleep. He's got a sense of humour. It's not a really good one, but I did call for him to bring us pink lamingtons, and instead he put a big thing on the screen. You might have missed it, Alex, of about 20 pink lamingtons.
I did miss it.
Unfortunately, it's not a photo taken from the back of the box. It's something else. Dennis, you should have done that for today. Can you bring them in tomorrow? Thank you, buddy. Here's Bumrah on his way again. Australia 2 for 64, and Labuschagne flicks this off his hip, but this time straight to square leg and can't beat Rohit Sharma. So it's a dot ball to end the over. Australia 2 for 64, Smith 6, Labuschagne 33. Australia's lead is 158 runs in this beautiful late afternoon in Sydney, just after 5 o'clock local time. Play stumps are scheduled for 5:30, but they allow you through until 6 o'clock to get in the overs, and we're going to finish well short with 25 overs still to be bowled. Alex Blackwell has moved out and Stuart Clark has moved in. Happy late afternoon, Stu.
G'day, Andy. G'day, everybody. Yeah, it is late afternoon. I've been just relaxing, just thinking about the game, analysing.
Have you?
Watching.
Have you?
Considering what the opportunities are for India.
Have you?
Yep.
Ashwin to bowl.
There aren't many.
No,
Limited.
not at the moment. Very much so. He's into Steve Smith and he goes back and easily plays this towards mid-wicket. There's protection out there for Ashwin and Mayank Agarwal, and they take 1 run. Smith to 7, 2 for 65. The lead already looking imposing, 159.
Yeah, lead growing at a rapid rate. Neither off-spinner have had much success in this match. Lyon bowled well, didn't get a wicket. And Ashwin didn't bowl badly in the first, but didn't get a wicket. I got one in the second.
What did Rick say? 53 overs, I think it was, as Labuschagne's on the sweep. Down to backward square, and Bumrah picks up no runs between the offies before they got a wicket.
Now, why is that, I wonder?
It's a great question.
That's the sort of thing I've been pondering over the other side over there.
Why is this so?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you have a theory in your ponderment? As Ashwin bowls well flighted, and it's defended by Labuschagne to short leg, no run.
The only theory I can come with is the wicket is slow and evenly paced, so the ball is spinning back into the stumps. Really, batters can adjust. They can just get their hands there in time. Nothing spitting, nothing keeping low. Good, even pace of the wicket.
Ashwin into Labuschagne, and there's no spit here either as he effortlessly turns this towards Agarwal, a deep mid-wicket for another easy single. Labuschagne moves to 34, and Australia 2 for 66, leading by 160.
Conversely, Jadeja bowls quite fast. And yes, he probably doesn't put as much revolutions on the ball, but enough on this sort of wicket, so maybe the pace is too slow.
Ashwin to Smith comes down the track and lofts it away over mid-off. The ball heading towards the boundary, and it will reach it. 4 runs for Steve Smith. Rohit Sharma had little chance, and Smith gets the boundary. He moves to 11. Australia 2 for 70, the lead 164.
Yeah, that was inside out, wasn't it? He downed the wicket, took the ball over cover, hitting against the spin. Not advised for the younger player out there, but Stephen Smith, we all know he's in a different world when he's out there batting, and it was a beautiful shot. Cleared the infield and raced away.
He awaits Ashwin again, and this time he's forward defending, and Ashwin can't get across because he collided with the non-striker Labuschagne, and as a result, Smith will get a run down to long on.
Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy there, Andy, wasn't there?
2 for 70, Smith 11. He'll keep the strike. Ashwin now 5 overs, 1 for 23. But just on Smith after his brilliant 131, and I love the chat we had with him in the pre-game show this morning. I love the fact that he said, because so many sports people will tell you, especially at that level, I don't read the press. I don't listen to what's being said. I don't want that distraction. He was very open about the fact he reads everything and couldn't believe that people were questioning him after 2 test matches where he hadn't scored many runs. But what I loved about that was him talking about how I need that extra drive sometimes. I like having that extra drive. So it's almost like he's created, because I don't think anyone was bagging him. He's Steve Smith and he had, 2 tests where he missed out.
There ain't many guys averaging 60.
Correct. But I don't think there was. I think that's in his mind where he was getting criticised. But he's turned that into an extra driving force for him, as now Bumrah is in bowling and there's a defensive shot played by Labuschagne to mid-wicket. Bahari picks up no run.
So in the world of professional sport, do you actually think guys don't read the papers? I actually don't believe that. I know when I was playing, and there was not as much social media as there is. I used to read the papers. How could you get away from it?
Well,
the internet was on. You flick on news.com or abc.com.
My colleague,
what's it on?
My colleague, now calling rugby league, Luke Lewis, who played for and won 2 premierships for Penrith and Cronulla, he finished playing at the end of the 2018 season as Bumrah comes in, bowls, and another defensive shot by Labuschagne, no run down to mid-on. He says it would be 5-6 years since he read a paper, and doing the job he does now over the last 2 years, he's got to read the news, whether he agrees with it or not, just to form opinions and know what people are talking about. And he says it's such a foreign thing for him because he just never bothered to read them, never read them.
So
I believe him.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I thought people, my personal take on it, people read. People say they don't read it, but
I would agree with you on the whole for sure. But there's one case, Bumrah bowls and Labuschagne works it off his hip. Vihari diving stop at mid-wicket, moving to his right, no runs. It's 2 for 71.
So you think about it, you have a bad game, or you miss out a couple of times, and you're walking down the local shop there, Andy, to buy something. I don't know, coffee or I don't know, donut perhaps.
Pink
Lamington. And you walk past the newsagent and you happen to just sort of pop your head in and you sort of more struggling with bat or something like that. How can you miss it?
Smith it is on strike. Waits for Bumrah. He's forward pushing it. Can't beat mid off. Ashwin gets down low to do the fielding. 2 for 71. The lead 164.
See, if I was more, no more. If you've had a couple of, you are the batter and you're missing out.
More refuses to address lawn mowing rumours.
Something like that. More, no more. See, I could be one of the sub-editors to come up with that type of stuff, but how can you possibly not see what's going on in the media?
Again, I agree with you that people will know, or they're told about things, or if they're on any sort of social media, of course you're going to know. Here's Bumrah coming in, bowling, and Smith works him away and gets runs this time towards deep backward square. Has one and will come back for the second as Siraj does the fielding and sends a very wayward return over the head of Riddiman Saha. It is backed up by Agarwal. 2 runs, 2 for 73. Smith is 14 and Labuschagne is 34.
Certainly is. He's looking like he just picked up where he left off from the first innings, Stephen Smith. He's very nice, very comfortable.
Mark says on the SMS, great day listening to the cricket. Any thoughts on getting Clarkey in for the NRL? Maury, Louie and Stewie has a ring to it, says Mark. It does, but it won't happen. Thanks anyway, worry. Mark. As Bumrah bowls and Smith can't get a run as he turns it towards square leg. Picked up by Rohit Sharma. And that ends the over. Australia 2 for 73 in its second innings, leading by 164 runs. Labuschagne 34, Smith is 14. Stewie, I'll see you downstairs for Grandstandard Stumps. Robin Chipperfield coming in now.
Grandstand Cricket, Australia versus India. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Australia moving into a dominant position in the Test match. They're 2 for 73 here, with Labuschagne 34 and Smith on 14. And that early flurry with Warner's dismissal as it's gone quiet. I almost lost my iPad actually at the commentary box window there, which would not have been the highlight of the afternoon.
The Indians need to find a wicket here, and they need to find one very, very quickly. They're toiling away and they're trying hard, but they don't seem like breaking through this partnership. These two players, nemesis of the Indian team.
Ashwin into Labuschagne.
Oh,
doesn't bowl. Was that a?
I don't know. I don't know. He does that a few times, Ashwin. Just
Didn't threaten the non-striker stumps as Ashwin bowls, and that's pushed away by Labuschagne into the offside. And they're through for a single. 2 for 74. To bring Smith back on a strike. So the lead up to 168.
No word on the injuries, Pant or Jadeja at the moment. We haven't heard anything, have we? We've
gone for scans.
Surely the scan place hasn't taken that long.
Well, to be fair, the Indians are keeping them busy. There's Ashwin into Smith, who's on the back foot, hitting slightly uppishly, but a couple of bounces out to mid-off. And there's no run. It's just gone a bit flat from India in the field.
Hard when you're so far behind, isn't it? To try and keep bubbling and moving forward.
Ashwin into Smith, who hits back all along the ground to the bowler. And again, there's no run. 2 for 74. They've kept a slip and a short leg in place, plus that short mid-on and mid-wicket. Ashwin in, and Smith is working it into that short mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Is it worth giving Vihari a bowl? I know he bowls a few test wickets. I think it's we're getting to that stage where they need to find... If they can get a wicket or two, then they can really break into the middle order. But these two, we've seen we've seen for the last couple of years, once they get going, once they're in, and Smith, after his first innings, is going to be in decent form, and Marnus the same.
Ashwin is into Smith on the back foot. That's what he's been trying to do for a while. Onto the back foot and hitting it away, out through cover, out towards the boundary rope. I think it's just about hauled in, but they'll come back for 3. Rohit Sharma, the man, I think, who dived and on that far side of the ground and managed to prevent the ball trickling over the rope. But they got back for 3 in any case.
They'll check it, as they usually do. It'll take up a little bit more time. Probably help us lose another half an over.
It has been a very slow day, what with reviews that have taken a while and injuries
you can't
earlier.
really blame the fielding team for this one.
No. There've been injuries and, as I say, the reviews, whether the technology was not firing on all cylinders, but it seemed to take a while, and has taken a while during today. I'm just waiting to see whether the ball has gone for 4. I think it was 3. My instinct was that it had been prevented from going for 4.
Yep.
And, that is the case. So Labuschagne will claim the strike, and Ashwin comes in to bowl to him. He's on the back foot, working it wide of Vihari at short leg. And there's no run. End of the over, 2 for 77. The lead for Australia is 171. What do you reckon, another couple of hundred?
Oh, yeah, I think they'll bat till after lunch, till tomorrow. The scoring rate will pick up tomorrow morning. You'll see some extravagant T20 style shots. Get the ball to all parts. Just think India, they've gone to the same plan, and then, the plan is to bowl straight and LBWs and bowls and whatnot, but it's just not working, and they've got to find a way to stop Australia from scoring.
Yeah.
The only way you can, I'm not an advocate of this, mind you, but if they do want to stop them, why don't they bowl wide outside of stump? Put all their fielders on the offside. They've gone straight the whole day. They haven't got anyone out. Didn't do it in the first until